right, guys, welcome back. I'm starting this one earlier tonight. I'm actually going to go in reverse order. So we will be going over Peter's interview, his second one, which was December 5th, and we will be talking about the Life 360 data versus Google. I was just live. There was storms. I think the storms have, gone away. So I'm going to give people a chance to get back in here. But yeah, welcome back. So again, I'm just going to go in kind of like reversal order. So what is up, everybody? I mean, just also because I think it was glitching, I'm going to be reposting the live I just did. I just want to go through, and if there's any parts that were glitching or whatever, I'm just going to like make it easier for the viewer. So give me a minute to get that all back up there. But it was just, we were dealing with a bunch of storms over here. Okay. What's that? Okay. Should I go watch part one? Nope, you're perfectly right here. You're good right here. You don't need to watch part one. Not to understand part two. Part one is just reminding everybody about a timeline here and keeping people's toes, pointed straight. Okay. There's been a ton of talk about this Life 360 with the Karen Reed case. It's resurfaced. And so what I'm going to point out here is this is the Florida versus Shanna Gardner case. And these are supplemental police reports 1 through 58 in a binder that I did. And this was actually a case. And so I'm going to show you guys something with the Life 360. This was a case that happened literally just 2 weeks after John O'Keefe was killed. So John O'Keefe's January 29th, 2022. Jared Bridegan, who was gunned down in Florida, was February 16th of 2022. That case is going to trial here in the next 2 months at the end of the summer. So here, I'm going to show you guys something. In this police report, so how Jared Bridegan was shot, it kind of matters, is they're alleging it was a murder for hire case. And he had just dropped off his twins on a Wednesday. They would go 1 week on, 1 week off. Jared Bridegan and Shanna Gardner, they were divorced. And on the Wednesday of the week that you didn't have the kids, you got to exercise a date night if you wanted to. And so you would go to the other parent's house on the week that wasn't yours on that Wednesday. You'd pick them up. You take the kids. They had twins. You would take the twins then to, a place that they picked for dinner. They'd go out to dinner for, an hour, however long it takes for you to go to dinner. And they would come back and drop off the kids. So February 16th, 2022 was a Wednesday. And that was Shanna Gardner's week to have the kids. So Jared, if he wanted to exercise to come on Wednesday to use his date night, he could. And he did. And so if it would have been Shanna Gardner's, if it would have been his week with the kids, she could have then gone to his house, taken the kids, and done their date night on Wednesday. So that's the relationship as far as the custody arrangements went. After Jared drops off the twins, this is in Jacksonville Beach, that area, he drops them off, and then a 911 call comes in about 10, 12 minutes after he drops off his kids. And the 911 call says, that there's somebody that's been shot in the middle of the road. And it was, so basically he's driving. There's a tire in the middle of the road. He has his other child in the car from his new marriage. One of them, she's 2. She's in a reverse seating car seat. And basically there's a tire in the middle of the road. He's driving, and the official version is that he stops, puts on his flashers, goes to get out to move the tire, and he is ambushed, shot, and killed right there and laying in the street next to his vehicle. And in front of it was a tire. And then, so where this happened is right before they get out to the main road, it's kind of like secluded. And instead of having your 2 lanes not separated by anything, There's like actually a median, and it's like trees. And so it's just like a weird little area that just out of all the housing, it's called Sanctuary Boulevard. And right before it takes you out to like the main JBT, like highway, whatever. So cars then pull up, and at first they just thought like, dude, what's this guy doing? Does he have like car problems or something? And they get out of the car then, and they walk up, and then they see what they see. And then those are the people that call 911. Now, where does Life 360 come in, and why is Lana even talking about this? Well, because of the case of the Karen Reed case, it's come back in the attention and brought back up about all this shit with Life 360. I broke down the Life 360 application back in 2018, but I didn't break it down until 2021 with it was like 2020 with the Watts case. And so what I've pulled out is all of my stuff back in the day from the Watts case for Life 360 and how it works. And then to show you literally 2 weeks after John's murder, okay, Jared Bridegan was murdered, and there's a police report in here, and I want to show you guys something. So in the Jared Bridegan case, they set up a bunch of Google geofences all over, okay? And so one of this report is laying out the fact that the one girl at the scene, she was like, because they were trying to understand like how much time had passed. Okay, you guys called 911 at what time? What time did you guys get there? They're trying to gauge what time this exact shooting was. They're also dealing with a bunch of Ring cameras in the area. The Ring cameras didn't catch, obviously, the shooting, but the Ring cameras, some of them caught the sound, which then alerted the Ring camera to then come on because of the gunshots. But nobody was actually seen on the Ring camera or anything like that. So they were trying to gauge just some timing down on exactly how much time would have passed until those actually cars came behind to then realize that there was somebody, okay, we have to call 911 now. So when they set up these Google fences, one was right around the crime scene. And so we're going to use, in this police report, they talk about the fact that this Google timeline is significantly different than the Life 360 app. And so right here, I want to show you guys. While talking to Z, I just call her Z, she advised that she had the app called 360, Life 360, and it shows where she went and exact times of arrival and duration of times at the locations. When he was interviewing her, now this is a woman that was one of the first, like she's there in one of the first cars. She was with her sister. So he's like, hey, will you send me that information on your Life 360? So I'm taking it as like screenshots. The timeline reflects a difference in time with a timeline that her sister that was with her, we used her Google stuff. And so the Google timeline that we have from her sister that she provided, there's a difference. And so then he breaks this down. He says Z's time frame shows her arrival at Sanctuary Boulevard at 8:08. That's 20:08. Okay, that's 8:08. And her sister's showed an arrival of 1954, which is 7:54. And that's a pretty big difference. Additionally, Z's timeline shows they were at Sanctuary Boulevard until 8:44, while her sister's show that they were there until 9:38. So Z signed her witness statement at 9:32 hours, and her sister signed her statement at 9:35 hours. And the reason they had to do this police report is because if you went off of the woman who had the Life 360 app, it would show that there's no way that like something has to be wrong here, because it's showing that you didn't arrive to the area until 8:08. Okay. Well, if you continue to read here, additionally, her sister's phone log shows that she called 911 at 7:54. So what this is showing is that, so therefore it appears that Z's Life 360 timeframe is not accurate, while her sister's Google timeline appears to coincide with the sequence of events. And when I'm ever working on cases and come across stuff like this when it has to do with, I'm all about the digital data, I'm all about timelines. But when I come across stuff like this, I always make notes because this would hold true for any other case. Okay. And so what I took from this is, wow, we're not just talking about a couple minutes here. Okay. We're talking a significant difference. We're talking 8, 6, almost 15 minutes, right? 15 minutes. It's a big, big difference. Big, big difference. Then they go further to talk about it because it's going to matter. Because if you're ever to go up against a defense attorney, like just you want to have all your ducks in a row. And so they talk about it some more. And it says, I then made contact with her sister, and her sister and her were together. She provided the same accounting as her sister did. Additionally, she stated that an older, skinny, white male that she calls, the other Good Samaritan, possibly in his 60s, approximately 6 feet tall, he walked up and approached near where the victim was. She said he called out to him saying, hello, can you hear me? Because Jared's on the ground. Then walked around to the passenger side and said, no wonder he is dead, and then pointed to a gunshot in the window. Like they're just talking about what they recall when they're at the scene. But the most important thing to take from this is here we have an issue with this with Life 360. It's 15 minutes behind local Google time. In the next report, they wanted to look in further to this. And so what they did is they are using, not only was this off 15 minutes, but all of the license plate readers were off 10 minutes from Google local time, which mattered because they were using license plate readers around town. So the moral of the story here is Life 360 at the same time of the John O'Keefe case. This case happens 2 weeks after. It is 15 minutes. Actually, 14 minutes behind local Google time. And so now we're going to talk about the Karen Reed case because it's now resurfaced about Life 360 and what the claims are being made is that they're questioning now what happened. What does Allie's timeline show? What does her Life 360 really show? All this stuff, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm going to show you guys something. Now, these pictures are from the app in 2018 because they're from the murder of Shanann Watts. But so the biggest thing that changed was this whole being in the bubble. Okay. And Yannetti doesn't understand that. So until you can understand what the bubble is and how it would change something and what it would show, you should never be talking about this. But we're going to treat it as like if there was no bubble, because I'm going to show you what they say isn't there for Allie McCabe is actually really good for Allie McCabe. So let me show you. Now, the night before Shanann Watts was murdered by her husband, who is guilty as fuck for the record. I know that the glare, he put out a bunch of bullshit trying to tell people that this, that, and the other about that case. Well, all those guys can just sit and spin. The motherfucker Chris Watts is guilty as shit. But I want to show you guys. So when Shanann gets off of the plane, her and Nicole Atkinson were together, and Nicole Atkinson had the app Life 360. So what you have to do is when she took the screenshots, it's working its way up. So here at 10:52 p.m. to 11:10 p.m., it's an 18-minute trip. And do you see this little, I call it like an icon? This is the icon being used to describe this. And it's all out of whack because the plane has landed and they have to get off the plane, and then they take one of like the underground, you guys know, like when you get on like a Trans Am type thing to get from one part to the other part. So what happens here is that's what this ends up being at like 207 miles per hour, 1111 to 1122, 5 miles there. And that was your top speed. And this was them going from like when they're at the airport and they got out, and now they got to get to the different parts. This is at the Denver airport. So Nicole Atkins had to turn this over. Well, she mentions that she has it. And so I want to show you guys that what you're going to see here is from 12:47 a.m. to 1:23 a.m. It's a 36-minute trip, 16 miles. And it's like, and this, everybody should be like, huh, what's this? Like, what is this all about? Because this 128 to 210, this is the drive home of Nicole Atkinson when she's leaving what would seem like, okay, did she get out of the car or something? Did her phone battery die? Because it was like in the middle of something here. Did she have to get off the highway? Did her phone die? Did she plug it in? Did she have to get gas? Something happened here. But what it shows us here is during this trip right here, 128 to 210, Nicole Atkinson gets to her house at 210. But before she gets to her house, she drops off Shanann Watts. Does it show a break off in between 128 and 210? Nope. Why? Why wouldn't it have a break off? Well, Nicole Atkinson never got out of her car, right? Who's ever Life 360 this is, and if I'm just dropping you off somewhere and it's a drop off, I don't ever get out of my car to start walking. It's kind of like your watch or your phone for it to register that you're changing up and you're going to start walking. But what I was able to do is I said, well, this is interesting. This is calculating that she gets home at 2:10, not at Shanann's house. And then so I actually flew to Denver to like mimic all of this Life 360 data so that I could see what it would look like on mine. Because after Nicole Atkinson, gets at home, you can see the next thing that's on her Life 360 is she's at home from 2:10, if this is hers, until 10:41 a.m. It's stationary. Do you see how it has like the home icon? She's stationary. And so this is what showed me. I was like, wow, okay, so it doesn't show that somebody got out of the car or got picked up and that we stopped at Saratoga. So now think about Allie McCabe. And the fact that if she just drives and is pulling into someone's driveway, somebody is then, coming out of the house, getting in the car, and then they pull back out and drive away. Well, why didn't that show that she stopped at 34 Fairview? Well, just like it didn't show that Shanann Watts was dropped off at her house. Again, what you would expect to see here is, based on the logic that people are trying to use and run with, is that this 1:28 a.m. to 2:10 a.m., there should actually be a break at 1:56 a.m. because that's when Shanann Watts gets out of the vehicle at her house and she's walking up, and there's the supposed, you guys have seen it all on Netflix when she's walking up from her Ring camera. Do you notice how this isn't Catch It? You notice how it's just 1:28 a.m. and it goes to 2:10 a.m. and where does it end? And you guys see the driving symbol? And it ends at Nicole Atkinson's house. It never talks about that it stopped at Saratoga. And so I wanted to go further with it to make sure that I was like, okay, well, let's take another look. Also, the other thing you want to look at, do you see this icon? And do you see this icon? These are, one of them is a start point and one of them is an end point. If they both showed the same icon, like I'm going to show you here in a minute, then that's when you can get suspicious of something. So for example, then the next morning, so I said, whoever Life 360 app this is the data that was turned over. These are the screenshots that were given to law enforcement. Nicole Atkinson was claiming that this was her data. Well, her son's name is Nick. Her name is Nikki. Do you know that you can just go in and all she would have to do is change Nick to Nikki, take some screenshots, and actually his data could then be looked at as like that was her data. And this is why I was looking into this, because of a couple things. Now, in the morning, Nicole Atkinson claimed that she woke up and started calling Shanann at like 6:30 in the morning. And that she wasn't answering. She was texting her. Shanann doesn't call her back, all that stuff. And then this is what happens is over at the Watts house. So this would be independent, different data. They have garage door. They have like a ring. They have surveillance. They have shit that's security. The security system starts going weird at and around like 8:30, 9:09, shit like that. And it's like garage door opens, front door open, alert going off, like something's definitely like something's setting this off. So here, what it looks like is that Nicole Atkinson, who said, now mind you, she's the one that already calls Sandy, who's Shanann Watts' mom, and they're all supposed to be freaked out about Shanann. And the first move that Nicole Atkinson says she makes, according to this, is that she leaves her home at 10:41 a.m. and it drives 30 minutes. It was a 16-mile drive, and it goes out to Longmont. So I make this drive. And where she says she went is her daughter. She had a little girl that her daughter was at her mom or her sister's. They watch kids and shit and whatever, but that she went and got her daughter. And I'm thinking, got your daughter? Like, wouldn't your daughter be home with your husband? And I could see maybe like you're taking her there or something, but okay, she went to go pick her up. Okay. Well, then it stops, as you can see. And what it shows is that from 11 a.m., and because she was there for an extended period of time, 11:46 a.m., that it's calculating and saying wherever you're near this area. And so it's letting your Life 360 know that. And then it's saying, okay, then you got back in your car and you started a trip. And that's what this is. And it goes from 11:46 to 12:20. And at 12:20, okay, it's arriving. See how there's departure, arrival. And it's arriving at Shanann Watts' house, okay? And so this is the first time that she's claiming that she was ever there that day. And I did a whole bunch of work to show that that's not accurate. And so people mistook what the work I was doing as like, all I'm trying to say here is that who's ever Life 360 this is, I question whose it truly is. And there's reasons for it. Because of what's going on at the house. Because when she gets here, and it says that she arrived at 12:20, I have the documentation that's showing that before she says that she arrives at 12:17, at 12:16, so like 3-4 minutes before, the front door is opened. The ding on the house is happening. The guy next door who has the camera that faces, she says that when she got there, she reversed her car. She got on top of her car. She looked in to the garage, and that's when she saw Shanann's car was there, and that she just claimed that, she claimed that she never got into that house. Okay. And then the next move that she makes after she was there for, you'll see, 20, not even until 12:47. So 27 minutes. She got there at 12:20. She then is going to leave at 12:47. So 12:27 to 12:47. But now take a look at this. Now this is the trip that Nicole Atkinson said that she knew that Shanann had a doctor's appointment. Nobody knew that she had a doctor's appointment. But she knew, and that she knew where this doctor's appointment was, and that she left the house after she couldn't get in. She was talking to Chris. That she decided to leave and go to where the doctor's appointment was, and to ask those people, to ask them if Shanann showed up for her doctor's appointment. Well, let's take a look at what the Life 360 says. The Life 360 shows that this person driving never got out of their car. See this? See this? This is somebody making a trip, going to the doctor's office, not getting ever out. Because what would happen if you got out and you stopped your Life 360 and you went in and talked to somebody? It's going to break it up. But if you don't ever get out of your vehicle and you just drive by to say that you did that because you realize, oh shit, we got to do this. Why? Well, because I believe it was just a cover for the fact that they had already been in the house. They had already had the phone. Because during this trip, Shanann's phone, when somebody tried to call it, Shanann had that service when you're like driving, it'll automatically kick your phone and your text into, I can't answer right now, I'm driving. When I get to where I'm going, I'll get you back. The only way that kicks in on an Apple is once your phone is going over 5 miles per hour. Okay. Well, that happens during this drive. That happens on Shanann's phone. And then somebody turns it and powers it down. And I was able to figure all of this out. And not all I was trying to say was that the story isn't the story. Like, and that's when I was just like, holy shit, I think Nicole Atkinson may have slept there that night. And there was reasons that I thought that. And it was because all of the timing of the house alerts were before any of the timing of when you'd be getting there. So what it looked like to me is that somebody went and picked up her daughter, and her son had his temps, and then it was like, okay, go grab, and then come pick up at the house, and potentially could have dropped off. I mean, there's just different things that could have happened. But what I was able to do is I had to take a ton of different independent data sources to independently corroborate the different things that were happening, to be able to say, okay, well, what the hell's going on here? Also, so as you can see here, this person that was driving never got out of the vehicle. So they could have never went inside to ask, did Shanann show up for her doctor's appointment? Yeah, she slept in the basement. There's a possibility of that, yes. Okay. And the reason that I believe that too is because Shanann's phone was left in the house. Well, somebody powered it down. And guess what? It's kind of like the Kohlberger case. It didn't die because of battery. Okay. Somebody physically turned and made a command to shut it down. And that happened after 10:06 a.m. Well, Anna, how do you know that? Well, because the first calls that were coming in on the phone were regularly placed calls, and they were showing up on her timeline. When that phone got shut off, then all of these got put, any type of phone and text, once her phone was off, they were just getting, queued up. And then when the phone got turned back on, and it wasn't because it got powered back on. Okay. It didn't, when you guys can see it in the Netflix, when Chris gets the phone off the body cam, he's able to just turn it back on. He doesn't have to plug it in to charge it. Okay. So that phone was on. Then somebody shut it off. And I believe what Nicole was doing, because she was nervous of, I got to hide this phone. We have to get into that house, because if Chris gets to her phone and destroys it before the cops get it, like she believed that something terrible had happened, and she believed it so early on, like ridiculously early on. So much so that they were calling the Primrose. When I say they, her and Sandy, Shanann's mom, they were calling Primrose and asking if the kids had been dropped off. And that was before anybody knew that Shanann did not make her doctor's appointment. And so anyways, I put this all on a timeline. And I use all these different data points to do it. Phone records, Cellbrite shit, this type of shit, everything, okay? And so now fast forward, here we are in 2022. 2022, mind you. So it would have been like 4 years after like this data. And we get to the Shanna Gardner case, and here, allegedly, supposedly, Google is basically, the Google data is telling, and the 911 call, like the phone, then like an Apple, is saying that, hey, the Life 360 is off by 14 minutes. It's slow. And then it becomes even way slower when you want to talk about registering how long it was there before then it pulls away. Meaning it's saying that you arrived to a crime scene at 8:08 with your sister, who they're going off of her Google. Her Google says that you guys arrived at 7:54. Your Life 360 says 8:08. We're able to say, okay, wow, the Google is right, because your 911 call is at the same time as you guys basically arrive, where you guys see a dead guy laying on the ground. Okay. And then when they leave the crime scene, so they had to stick around because they're witnesses and they had to get their statements, and then take a look at how long, how much off, like how it's poorly off. When they leave, it was, where is it? They go to look at when he, therefore it appears that the time frame is not accurate, while her sister's Google timeline appears to coincide with the sequence of events. And if you scroll, I think it's up right here, 9:32 is what was written on her statement when she signed it. They had to like timestamp it. And so she's saying that she filled out her statement was at 9:32. The Life 360 had her leaving the area at, it was like 44. So 9:38 over here, 9:35, then 9:32, and then it was 8:44. Where's that timestamp? Let me make this bigger so that I can read it. Okay, right here, 8:44. So 8:44. So it said right here, Z's timeline shows that they were at Sanctuary Boulevard until 8:44. It had it departing. Life 360 had it departing 45 minutes before she actually departed at 9:38. Isn't that fucking crazy? I mean, we're not talking like a couple minutes here. We're talking about the fact that in this case, which was 2 weeks after the murder of John, this case goes to trial in 2 months. This is the Shanna Gardner case. It's going to be a really good case. When I heard everybody talking about this Life 360 with Allie, I was like, fucking hold my beer. Okay, this Life 360 is my jam. Life 360, okay, you have to look at a lot of things with Life 360. Okay, but here, this case that's in the national spotlight right now, The government has come out and said, holy shit, take a look at this. Google time compared to Life 360, it's showing that it was off 15 minutes the first time on the, when they arrived at the scene. And now it's off 45 minutes from when it's saying that they left the scene. So, I mean, we're not talking a couple minutes here. So then let's talk about, Karen Reed's case in this whole Allie situation. Well, let me show you what it looks like when you don't get out of your car. It does not register ever. You have to make some type of other movement. So Allie testified that she stayed in the car, and the fucking evidence is going to back that, because this is what it looks like when you stay in the car. When you stay in the car, right here, this is 2018, but it's the same shit. This one right here. Between 1:28 and 2:10, that's when Nicole Atkinson gets home. But before 2:10, she dropped off Shanann Watts at her house, but she never got out of the car. And that was at 1:56. Do you see how this is just continuous motion? This is a 28-mile trip. 1:28 a.m. to 2:10 a.m. 41 minutes. But wait a second. At 1:56, Shanann Watts gets dropped off. Why isn't it registering that? Because the person whose Life 360 app did not do any of that. The Life 360 app did not register a change in anything. It's going to tell you like how it's maneuvering depending on how you have your settings, but you would have to get out of that car and start walking. Otherwise, what your phone is registering here is stops and starts at lights, at stop signs. Okay. Your phone is not seeing this as that there was anything that happened other than the fact that that phone was in a vehicle driving around and making normal passes, stops, and literally pulled into someone's driveway to let somebody out like Shanann did. And that's no different than Allie McCabe pulling in a driveway. Hey, Colin, get in my car. Okay. And driving away. So everyone's like, look at, why isn't 34 Fairview here? Why isn't 34 Fairview here? Because you're a bunch of fucking idiots. That's why. And they're doing the same thing here with these motions and filing this shit the way you have to be dumb as a lawyer to file something like that, because that tells me that you've never dealt with a case where you've actually dealt with digital evidence, especially Life 360. So Life 360, by it not showing that she went to 34 Fairview, that is 1000% backing what Allie McCabe said happened. That this was so quick in the terms of, and that she never got out of the car. So I know when I was covering the case, I'm like, man, wow. So she went there and she didn't see her mom at all. And that would like interrupt, like maybe her like, oh my God, my mom's car's here, and like go and talk to her mom or her dad or get out of the car. If this Life 360 app shows a trip like this is Shanann. This is Nicole Atkinson's Life 360 in 2018. And Shanann's in a vehicle with her. And Nicole Atkinson drops her off at 1:56. Where is that at on this? That has nothing to do that. Shanann got out of the car. Walked into the house. We have it on a Ring camera. Has nothing to do with Nicole. It has nothing to do with the person that was driving this car with this phone, because they don't make another movement to get out to show some type of capacity where your phone is now registering that it's changing up and it's walking. And that's why it ends its route at 2:10. And then here it says it knows that location, and that's why it already has it in there. You're at home. And this is just so funny, because when you go further in it, I want you to show something further just so I can. What I was able to ascertain from this as well is that nobody that was using this device ever once was walking around. So if somebody's missing, right? Oh, hey, let's go down to the pool. Let's see if they're there. I thought it was really interesting when you actually go through this. And if someone's missing, right? But she does make these interesting trips. Like she went to like, look at this, the drive details unavailable. There could be numerous reasons for that, but she went to like McDonald's after she was hanging out at the house when she was talking to the cop from like 1:36 until 3:50. Take a look at this. Nicole Atkinson. So this was, what the fuck was this? This was the next day. And you see how she's at home here? Now, I'm going to show you something that is so she's at home and she works nights. Normally that's what she does. She like cleans an office building. So she's home at 4:55 until 7:54, or whoever device this is. Then she's going to leave, like it's showing you she's at home, and then she's going to leave and take a 1 mile drive. 1 mile drive. And she's going really, really slow, and it's from 7:54 to 8. Okay. Then she's near First Street in Firestone in Colorado from 8 to 8:15. Then she's going to get back into a vehicle. And she's going to drive from 8:15 to 8:43, just 1 mile. And she's going to go back to her house though. Okay. And I was like, damn. I was like, so she's driving around. She's either going super, super slow, right? Or right before when she gets to her house, she wants to be on the phone. You know how we always do this when we're on the phone and we don't want to go in yet. So we're finishing up our conversation before I have to go inside because I'm not going to have my conversation around people. So I said, I believe that she waited. Again, this is just showing you a point of like that your phone is still registering this as a trip, but you could have been sitting in a driveway for an extended period of time because this is just 1 mile drive and 8:15 to 8:43. And I was like, we need to get her phone records. I need to see if she was on the phone talking to somebody. Sure as shit, Lana was right. She places a 27-minute phone call. Was it 27? It was it was 14 minutes into this 27. So this was 27 minutes, but by the time at this time right here, it was a 14-minute phone call, and she is basically moving and walking at the end of that phone call. Exactly what I said would have happened, which is she's finishing up a phone call and then she's going to go inside. And that's what it was. That's what the digital evidence can support. You can't rule that out. Then here she's at home until 8:43 p.m. until Tuesday. So that means she's at home. She never leaves. And I said to myself, I thought this was really interesting. Your friend's missing, right? And you're not going to be out searching for them at all. Like she stayed home because they already believed and they're like, this motherfucker did something, talking about Chris. But I just want you guys to see that her phone never left her house. And so what would look suspicious back in the day is it was just like, they looked in to see if Atkinson and Chris Watts planned anything because they thought that her movement was suspicious. Like, why aren't you out there looking for your friend? Type of thing. Right? So she's at home from 8:43 p.m. until the next day at 11:26 a.m. And what does she do? She calls up the fucking media people. She gets the media people, Nicole Atkinson gets the media people to meet her right outside of the Watts house. And that's the famous interview that you guys see of Chris Watts when he's talking on the porch. Nicole Atkinson brought that over there. And here it is. She leaves her house, Firestone, okay, and drives. And then see how it says where you're near Steeple Rock? That's actually an address, okay, that's on the other side of the Watts's, like if you're depending on what street you're on. And so it never tells you with Life 360. I mean, unless it's changed, I have it, but I don't ever see it. Like it always just tells you what you're near instead of giving you like an address. But during this time frame right here, 11:38 to 12:26, that's when she does her little interview right outside the Watts house, and then she leaves. Okay, she gets back in her vehicle. At 12:26 to 12:53, again, 9 miles she goes, and I'm like, it's 26 minutes. And then she was over there at McDonald's. She went. Then it says she did a little short trip again. This is when they were trying to look for, what she wanted to feed, like the people that hadn't ate, but they were also looking for cameras in the area. Okay. But right here, where is it? Right here. Now, this is where I said, I think I caught them using, remember I told you in the beginning, I said, I think there's a chance that this could have been her son's Life 360 because they were on the family plan. Okay. And what kind of like almost locked this up for me, I said, this really needs to be looked into because these are just screenshots. This is not a download of someone's phone, which is totally different. I said, so she's at home and this is when she gets a phone call and the police are like, hey, we need you to come down and interview. And she's like, I have to go to work. Am I in trouble? Am I going to get arrested? Okay. Well, why would you ever, if this was your personal phone, why would you ever save something in at mom's work? See that? That's where she works though. At mom's work. She does she works this like I was telling you guys that nighttime, like 6 to like what you guys see right there at mom's work. And I was just like, why would her Life 360 say that why would she be listing her? Why would it say at mom's work? That's almost like if it was her son's saying at mom's work. That's how it would look to him because the house stuff is saved in his phone. Anyways, that's a piece of Watts history for you. But the Life 360 supports Allie McCabe never getting out of the car, which is accurate, which is what she testified to. She never said she got out of the car. So her Life 360 would never, ever register 34 Fairview. It's going to register just the entire trip. Okay. And especially whatever her settings are. So anybody that's running with that shit, you're absolutely out of your fucking mind. And leave it to the Karen Reed lawyers and leave it to the Turtle Boys and the Melly Littles of the case. But they can go ahead and climb up that tree all they want. And then they have to, if I was, I'm just saying, if this involved me in my case, and I'm going ahead and I'm giving you guys material to tell you to look at a 2022 case where the government is putting it into a police report and they're going to be testifying it to it in a murder trial, that Life 360 is off from Google by mounds of like 14 to 48 minutes. You might want to take a look at that. Because this is, Google is not lining up with Life 360. And this happened 2 weeks after the John incident. My kids do name on Life 360 my work, and my wife's work is called, yeah, exactly. And so therefore, what I was trying to say is if those were screenshots taken, what it seems like is that everything got changed there. Oh, here, I'll just assign, because her son was with her everywhere that she went. And I believe that her son picked them up from the airport. Okay. And that's why, that's why I believe that the beginning part was hers. And then she switches over and starts taking screenshots of once she got home that night. I believe that then she starts using his to take the screenshots. Like I said, I can go into a lot more details, but that's your Life 360 portion of the live. I think it's very interesting though that it's resurfacing, and I could just tell you a shit ton about Life 360. So, it would not 34 would not register. 34 Fairview would not register if it was part of a trip, and if the person whose phone is being used didn't get out of the car and walk. Next, the fact that they accepted screenshots. Well, that's the thing, is that this was so early on with the Watts case, they wouldn't have accepted screenshots. You know what I mean? No, your investigations shouldn't accept screenshots. And that's why it would get blown up. But her phone, Nicole Atkinson's phone, needed to be downloaded. Okay. Her son's phone needed to be downloaded. That was a 2018 case. It's 2026 now. In the Idaho4 case, which we're going to be talking about right now, there were so many people's phones that needed to be downloaded that they weren't. And we're talking about people like Peter. So let's see in this interview if they asked for his phone. So the second part of the interview, again, I just went opposite order. I did the Life 360 and the Google data first. And now I'm going to get into Peter's interview. This is his second one. And this happened in December. I believe it was December 5th. But let's take a look. So again, everybody that has been covering the Idaho4 case in what I consider like the true crime community, who's actually going out and getting a bunch of FOIAs, okay, doing requests. Kudos to those people. And most recently here, because we've been trying to pay attention to what people are requesting. And that's why I'll ask people like, Christy, what did you guys request recently? Because when I put in my request, I'm not requesting the same shit, because they do this on a first come first basis. And so what I believe people are doing is they're filling out these requests, these public requests, to slow up this process that truly aren't going for stuff, or when it's like being double, sought after. So I try to coordinate to say, hey, okay, you guys got that? Okay, I'm going to get, these are the ones I'm going and getting. So just 3 hours ago, you guys should know about Connor's channel. He just put out, it's funny. I say he because I think it's a guy. I've never talked to this person though. So what if it's a girl, But here's Connor. And this is the second interview. Oh my God. And it's 1 hour and 13 minutes and 44 seconds. Holy shit. All right. I have not heard any of this. Okay. And doing it live here with you guys. Like I said, I'm going to try to let it play through as much as I can. I may make some comments here and there because it's such a long one, but this is what I would have expected for the first one.
Today I'm meeting with the best friend to Ethan Chafin, the victim. Again, sorry. So as we were beginning to say, did anything jump out at you while you're filling out the questionnaire you started to say?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the victimology questionnaire. And I believe that the person's asking him these questions is Joe Lake.
The fact that we hung out that night before that Friday, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Friday at the victim's house. We just sat there and hung out. And
who were you there with?
We were there with Xana, Ethan. Was there one of the girls that lived there? Other girl that lived there. That's all I can remember.
You don't remember Madison and Kaylee?
I don't remember if they were there.
Okay. How old are you? Okay, so you aren't quite getting in the bars unless you got a fake ID.
Right.
Just so you know, if we talk about anything outside of the homicide that may be illegal, illicit, or anything else, I don't care.
I know.
I don't. All I care about is finding the person responsible for killing your friend and his roommate. Well, and his friends.
Even if I were to get a MIC or whatever, I wouldn't give a shit as long as I'm just helping out with this stuff.
We appreciate that very much. I'm giving you, call it this way, an immunity.
Yeah.
All right. If that's makes any sense to you. So.
Okay. So right there, that's really important. Hey, you guys have immunity. Okay. There's immunity here. I don't care about the drinking or the drugs or anything like that. Okay. And I think that that's good. Okay. You want these people to talk, right? And we're not trying to charge people for minors in possession, minors in consumption, shit like that. But you might want to be a little bit careful of what you're walking into. Like, if you're going to start telling me that you're dealing with the cartel, you know what I mean? Like, so just think about that. Like, yeah, we don't care. And he just said it. Like, I think that's awesome. He's like, I don't care if I was even, give me a fucking ticket. I don't care. I think that's sweet.
You probably noticed by some of the questions kind of where I'm going with this question here, and you probably have an idea of some of the questions I'm going to ask you as we review it together. Yeah. And then I'm going to have some open-ended kind of questions for you as well. Okay. I'm pretty transparent. No, if there's anything that you got questions about, by all means ask. But before I get into all of that, I want to share something with you, just because I think there's a misconception by some. Others, I think, recognize it for what it is. But the media has created a problem.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say something new. That's probably been the hardest thing for me, is the media, listening to all the media and seeing all the shit on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok even. It's insane. And it's so much of it, 99% of it is miscued and wrong. Yeah. And I wish I could say something, but I'm like, what's it gonna do?
That was going to be my advice for you, is don't chime in, because there are so many trolls out there and other people that they will target you. They will go after you. But the media, one of the reasons they create problems, now keep in mind, they've been briefed, and they're regularly briefed. Yeah. But they turn around and they provide misinformation, or they only take snippets of that information and they run with their assumption of the information, is, again, to create a problem. And when they can create a problem, they have to be the provider of that solution, right? So therefore, you must stay tuned in, because they're going to provide that solution eventually. And, if it just wasn't for all these pesky, procedural things and legal things, they should just tell us everything. Right. And reality is, when we do find a suspect, and we will, and we take them to trial, the information needs to be organic, needs to be consolidated to every person's personal knowledge. And as I like to tell people, my job as a detective is to extract information from you, not to feed you information. I know that may sound maybe harsh in a way.
No, it's,
But yeah, imagine if I was defense attorney and I had you on the stand and I went, where did you learn this? And you say, well, Detective Joe Lake, when I sat down, he told me all about these things. You would immediately be excused, right? Your testimony is no good, right? Because it's not your knowledge. It's knowledge that you have been fed or gleaned, which taints your testimony.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting, Mr. Lake. Did you guys not care to tell that to Dylan or Bethany or anybody else, for that matter, that we've heard so far? Because I totally agree with that statement. You understand that you are working with one of the worst investigators ever, probably the worst two, in Mike Van Leuven and Leslie Lehman. But I mean, so Joe Lake, there's no excuses here. Joe Lake knows what's up. So therefore, we will not make any excuses for Joe Lake. I'm not here to feed you information. I'm here to extract it from you. I need to know what you just know by yourself. That's it. That's funny though, Joe Lake. Nobody else was told that.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So
that makes sense.
That's the whole reason why information is not released in criminal investigations, is because they do go to trial, right? You have to preserve the integrity of the investigation.
Yeah, even if you know the guy's the one that did it, he still has to go to trial.
Right. He has due process. I mean, that's, the great thing about our Constitution, and maybe our kind of downfall too, is they have that right. So,
Or down.
questions for me?
No.
All right, let's jump
Well, yeah.
in. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask. You probably can't tell me anything. What's going on, huh?
I can tell you a little bit, maybe.
What can you tell me?
Well,
what do you guys know anything? Because it kind of keeps me up at night.
I bet it does.
I'm having a hard time sleeping. I moved out of the rest of the semester and got an apartment.
I can give you kind of high levels. I can tell you, like I mentioned before, I've never seen such a team assembled. When I arrived in here, I actually got back into Idaho on Wednesday night and started in on the investigation. But Thursday, I was boots on the ground here, and I had never seen a team assembled like that. And we had resources pouring in from around the state, around the nation.
Just the numbers of people, or
the numbers of people, their CVs, their background, they're truly subject matter experts, and whether it be data mining or warrant process for cellular towers. I mean, literally subject matter experts came in. We brought them in from around the nation. Moscow PD is about 35 officers. We in the state police, we're about 300. And we're made up of several branches. Primarily patrol is what we're known for, but we have about 50 detectives, 60 actually, throughout the state, and I'm one of those. And then, of course, we brought in the FBI to augment us. So the case is being run by Moscow PD with state police running it, and then the FBI in support. And at any given time, there's about 100 people working on this, and we're working 24/7. So much so, I mean, most of us, we're just down with this, whatever, it's going on, cold or whatever, but we're still chugging away, taking our laptops, uplinking in, whatever we need to do. But we also were rotating people to get fresh people in, and of course, there's a brief process, and we kick them out. But we've collected more data, more footage, more statements than I've ever seen collected on any investigation in 20 years. It's impressive. I mean, truly impressive. I mean, I've been to schools all around the nation, know officers from, some of the largest agencies, NYPD, all the way down to some of the smallest agencies, people of 4 or 5 people. And I've never even heard of anything like this. So Moscow PD really did the right thing. They started calling in for assistance and compiling this team. And when we got here, we have connections with all kinds of other organizations and started bringing them in. And it's really, it's quite impressive. What I can tell you is we have literally talked to thousands of people. And both what I call like a triage. In other words, let's just say there's a room full of 100 people and a fight breaks out. And you arrive, first thing you want to know, what happened? So you start asking people, what happened? And pretty soon you find that person that says,
sitting right next to them.
Right. And that's when you bring them in and you sit them down and you interview them. Right. So it maybe end up with 10 that actually saw what happened. Yeah. Unfortunately, you get 10 different accounts of what happened, and that's in perspective. This person was privy to the argument wasn't started by subject X, it was started by subject Y was the primary aggressor. And
wow, all of that, and you weren't able to see that it was actually Bethany that called Dylan. I mean, I get it. You're talking to a young kid here that's impressionable. Go ahead.
The other person sees it the other way around or something. So it has been really impressive that way. The thing is while we have some great leads and we have a lot of people of interest that we've narrowed down, unfortunately, we have not got to the point where we can effect arrests.
Right, but you guys have no doubt that you're going to get this motherfucker.
Yeah. Keep in mind, this is, I mean, it's a good thing. It really is. I mean, I'm a person, I believe in the Constitution. I served after the college. I served 8 years in the Marines. I mean, I love our nation. I love our Constitution. Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, I love the fact that we have our balance in our government, and I love the fact that the government kind of has rules, right? Unlike other nations. But sometimes those rules are very tough, especially when you're the person working within those rules. You can't just go out and violate people's rights. And I fully agree with that. And I acknowledge that. And it takes time to get warrants. It takes time to follow up on these. It takes time to process physical evidence. So
you guys are Joe Lake. You're seriously, oh my God. You don't believe in violating people's rights. You violated the whole entire nation's rights. That's what you were a part of. This investigation was top to bottom bullshit, right?
That and a lot of that's just kind of high level. Unfortunately, I can't go into nuts and bolts with you because again, I can't change your knowledge base. But does that help at all?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Feel a little better.
Like I said, we've spoken to thousands of people.
Yeah.
Thousands of
We're getting
people.
there. Put it that way. It's not an easy case by no means.
No, yeah, I bet it's not.
First question.
Must be like no reports, man. We've talked to thousands of people. Okay. December 5th.
On family and background, identify Ethan's family members. Knew his parents, Ethan, girlfriend Zena.
Yeah.
I had the opportunity to sit down with them the other night. Great people.
Yeah. I actually, that same day I helped him move out Ethan's stuff out of his apartment.
Okay.
And his apartment was over here. You know that dentist office is right here?
Mhm.
Close to right here. I think he's across the street from that. Helped move out of that. And then,
Yeah, we went into his apartment.
yeah, they probably didn't find anything.
No, and to me, I mean, you tell me. It looked like he never slept there.
He didn't. He didn't ever sleep there.
I mean, it looks
He
like
slept there like 4 times the whole semester.
Yeah, he had 2 beds in there, right? And both of them looked like they were somewhat made. I mean, they were made.
Yeah.
But I would almost call it a sterile environment.
Oh yeah, he never was there ever.
So if he wasn't there, where was he?
He was always at Xana's apartment. Stayed there every night, pretty much.
Okay.
2 beds. 2 beds. Well, if it was this a 1-bedroom? And this was across from the dentist office? Is that what you guys heard? The dentist office? I'm gonna rewind that just for a second here for my notes.
I mean, it looks
He
like
slept there like 4 times. The office is right here. Out of his apartment.
Okay.
And his apartment was over here. You know that dentist office is right here?
Mhm.
Close to right here. I think he's across the street from that. Helped move out of that. And then,
Yeah, we went into his apartment.
yeah, they probably didn't find anything.
No, and to me, I mean, you tell me. It looked like he never slept there.
He didn't. He didn't ever sleep there.
I mean, it looks
He
like
slept there like 4 times the whole semester.
Yeah, he had 2 beds in there, right? And both of them looked like they were somewhat made.
He had 2 beds in there, right? Like, you just got done saying that you're not going to tell him anything. He needs to give you his personal knowledge. After he says he had 2 beds in there, right? Peter didn't say yeah. Peter didn't say anything.
I mean, they were made.
Yeah.
But I would almost call it a sterile environment.
Oh yeah, he never was there ever.
So if he wasn't there, where was he?
He was always at Xana's apartment. Stayed there every night, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he wasn't there at Xana's apartment, would he stay over at the frat?
He would never not stay at Xana's as far as I know.
Okay.
Yeah, he would never pass out at the fraternity ever, I don't think.
Okay.
Not that I know of. He never went in my room. He would always get walked home, or which was Xana's.
I gotcha. What year are you? Okay.
He would always get walked home. If you're getting walked home, that means you're pretty fucked up.
So at the frat, do you have your own room?
I live with one other guy, but yeah.
So you have a 2 room.
Man, yeah.
Yeah. Versus the 4 or 6 or.
Yeah, there's 2 mans and 6 mans.
Okay.
Another thing, I don't know if you guys know that Ethan's not a freshman, right? I keep saying that Ethan's a freshman.
Yes, we know all this.
Okay.
We've tried to correct them. They were unwilling to make changes. That's fine because they don't want to act like they don't know.
Yeah, like the
I mean,
university
truly,
is the one that's putting that.
We have their full academic records. We have everything.
Yeah, he's a sophomore. He was a sophomore.
Yeah, that's on them.
Yeah.
We can only provide them information if they want to correct themselves. They can correct themselves, but what happens when they correct themselves?
They look bad.
Right.
Yeah.
And then it causes doubt, and then they start losing viewership, and when they lose viewership, they lose marketing capital, right? And it goes on and on.
Yeah.
So, have you ever been to the Chafin's place?
I haven't. They keep saying they want to bring me up during break, but I haven't been there before now.
Okay. Did Ethan ever go down to your folks?
Nope. He was gonna do that this break. He was gonna come down and visit, but yeah.
That would have been pretty cool for him.
Yeah, it would have been sick. Gonna do that. and come get a change of scenery, work
Good.
a few days down there.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. It does the mind and body good work.
Mm-hmm. Get on the back of a horse. It's like a different type of therapy.
Yeah, it is. Definitely. Describe quality, positive, negative. Ethan's relationship strengths bonds. Surrounded by love. Hardly ever had arguments. Kind of goofy, quick to laugh.
Super goofy.
So I want to, obviously there's going to be things I'm going to queue up on, right? I understand. Really gregarious guy.
Mm-hmm.
He can kind of be the center of attention.
Oh, yeah.
Unwantingly, not unwillingly, but unwantingly.
Yeah.
It sounds like just the people I've spoken with and thus far is he just kind of had a way of drawing people towards him, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Never had arguments. I'm going to queue up on this one. So we all have conflicts. We all have, sometimes it's with siblings, sometimes it's with friends, whatever. I know that people got kicked out of parties out of their house, out of Xana's house periodically and things like that. If there were an argument, how would Ethan handle that?
He wouldn't yell. That's for one thing. He'd keep his voice, the bass in his voice would be low.
Okay.
Be real with them, and yeah.
You ever observe any of that?
No, I've kicked people out of parties because I'm not afraid to be a dick, but he's kind of doesn't want to. He doesn't like altercation, so I mean,
non-confrontation.
I really haven't seen that. I was going to say something before. It'll come back. Damn it.
I'm talking about altercations.
A little bit of rosé.
No, just before that. Damn it. It wasn't anything big.
Well, here's the interesting thing is sometimes even the smallest things help us solve the case. So you said he doesn't like confrontation.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
He doesn't like confrontation because he likes his image and like how he's viewed by other people, which is how a lot of people are. I know I'm that way, but not as much as he was. Like he didn't like being a dick to people, being rude, mean,
right,
kicking them out of party type deal. And when he was in the wrong, he would admit it. He wouldn't like argue with it about it.
Okay.
He knew he was in the wrong, that type of thing.
That's pretty big.
Yeah.
Especially if someone who's 20.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if he had any beefs or any bad blood with anyone?
Oh, here's what I was going to say. I was just going to say, like, he and his brother.
He and his brother. He and his brother. He and his brother. This is about his brother. Wow. All redacted.
Okay.
They're making it worse for people.
So minor arguments.
Super minor, yeah.
Minor arguments with his brother.
Not anything we didn't do.
Do you have any siblings?
No.
Okay. Okay.
How come the question has to be redacted? Ridiculous.
Do you think Ethan had that same sense of responsibility? He kind of seemed like the leader of the trio.
Yeah, he definitely did. He was definitely the most mature.
You know, after seeing the crash and all this stuff out with the Shirley case, right? Who at the time, these people were minors, or she was, there ain't nothing redacted out of here out of Ohio. Like, what is this? It just, it lets these conspiracy shit go. Like, it keeps it going. What don't they get? Like, What are you redacting?
Okay. You don't know of Ethan getting in any trouble, being arrested, having court involvement, anything like that. From what I understand, because that was one of the first things I asked, is how many times has law enforcement been called to that residence? It sounds like you got called there a few times for parties.
The residents they were killed at?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's been law enforcement called there a couple times, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like everyone generally runs out the back and scatters.
Or just stays in the house, yeah.
I joke about this, but it's true. When I was in college, I paid my rent by having keggers.
Yeah, that's what one of the guys told me about that.
And so I get it. I truly do.
Yeah.
Wait, one of the guys told me about that. He's talking about a police officer right there. And since you talked to Leslie Lehman the first time, there's another interview. 1905. So 1905. One of the guys. And that's like Mike Van Leuven, one of the guys, told me about that. That's the FBI / right there.
That's why I said the only thing I care about is finding the person that's responsible for this.
Right.
We all had youthful indiscretions, right?
Yeah.
Describes Ethan's personality, bubbly, which made people love him, love being around him, pardon me. Very personable.
Yeah.
Coffee master.
How was he in the frat? Because I know there can be some.
Yeah, no, he was not allowed to live in the house because of his grades.
Okay.
Back-to-back semesters, he had GPA below 2.75, which we consider that deficient. So he needed to get above a 2.75 to live in the house the next semester. So that's why he was living way over here in this apartment. And so he was still a member though, like he was still invited to all of our stuff, just couldn't live in the house.
Is that part of the national rules?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's adjusted by our house bylaws too.
Okay. What position do you hold? Do you hold a position with Fred?
I'm the
Eagle Eye welcome membership. Sherry. Thank you. 5 memberships. Coffee master. Hi.
Did Ethan hold any positions? No.
No.
GPA, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But he was pretty well liked by all the brothers?
Yeah.
Brothers?
Everyone loved him. Obviously, there's a couple people that looked at him like he was lazy because his grades weren't the greatest, but that was very few.
Okay. Do you know of any beefs within the fraternity? And not just within the house itself, maybe with other
fraternities.
Yeah.
No, there was always people that me and Ethan would talk shit about just because they're obviously odd, or weird, or annoying, or the typical college humor type of thing, making fun of people behind their back. Me and Ethan kind of did that a little bit to like a couple people. No, he didn't really have any beef.
Okay.
No beef. He never started any of that.
Can you tell me about some people you guys thought were odd? Maybe that were kind of within the circles?
Yeah. The names? He doesn't think we're weird because he asked me, he's like, hey, you think I'm weird or something? He's like, no, man. So, but
KJ.
Spelled with a C. It starts with a C, yeah. I don't think at all he has anything to do with it, but since you asked.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Human. We just didn't like him because he's.
What's the spelling of his last?
B. C spelled with a Cade. Maybe did he
Pretty sure.
Cade?
I'm sure I have it on the list.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. That's what came to mind when I was talking about that.
Okay. Anyone else just kind of like a creeper? you know, lurking
Yeah.
around here or there, or I know fraternities, I know how it works and everything else. I wasn't part of one in school. I was working my ass off and going to school and everything
Probably paying
else.
your way through it, huh?
I was.
Yeah.
Didn't take any loans. I was pretty proud of that. But a lot of my buddies were.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's kind of interesting because, you know, I mean, it's a tight circle, but yet there's always this kind of loner or two that are just
Odd.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyone like that?
Awkward. Not really. That guy's a little awkward, but that's all I can really think of.
Kate.
Maybe not necessarily awkward. He's a douche. Literally.
Okay. That's fair. I mean, I'm asking, I'm picking your brain for a reason on these things. Anyone else that you can think of? I mean, again, just that kind of person that maybe pervs up on the girls or something, even whether it be a formal or just, you know, a party or anything.
Actually, yeah. I don't think he has anything to do with it, but I have heard in the past he was saying weird shit to the girls, specifically to the girls in that house. What's his freaking name? Give me a second. I'll take a minute to find this.
What the fuck?
Oh, I got it. Yeah. Hello.
Who?
He was friends with all of them though, so I don't think he has anything to do with it. But I mean, I've heard of him. I've heard people say that he said some weird stuff to the girls.
Who?
Weird stuff, as in like sexual shit.
What?
Stuff.
Wait, you have to ask, who did you hear this from?
I didn't hear that for myself, by the way. I was told that.
That's fair.
Well, then you have to
Anyone
ask
else?
who? That's not his personal knowledge. Like, whack.
No, but I do have another name of people that Ethan and I thought were weird and really, really annoying. One of the guys, his name is
Kyle Fry.
Okay.
Kai? Oh, Kai Davis.
Okay.
Really, really annoying. One of the guys, his name is
Kai Davis.
Okay.
And that's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kyle Fry was his good friend.
Okay.
I don't think he has it. Yeah, I don't think any of these people have anything to do with it, but I don't know. I honestly don't know, you know.
Well, remember I talked about how, okay, there's a room of 100 people and a fight breaks out and you know, a lot of times.
Maybe some of these names could help you too.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, you know, we go out there and we triage, we talk to a bunch of people, and then we come back and we talk to them 2-3 more times. And sometimes, you know, the same names get mentioned and other things of that nature. And it doesn't mean that they're guilty or anything else.
Yeah.
It just means maybe we need to have more of a one-on-one with them and just sit down and chat.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
So
funny. You didn't talk to Kai Davis. The fuck's wrong with you?
And it helps us out. I mean, because even though he or any of these may have nothing to do with it, maybe they recognize something that you haven't, right? They recognize that loner that is always lurking beyond where you're looking. Right? Because they themselves, you know, you think about multiple circles, right? And here's your purview of what's going on. And because they aren't necessarily in that inner circle, they're out here. They not only, you know, you see part of that circle, but you never see this outlying circle, right? And maybe they are privy to that. And you never know. Like I said, it could help out.
For this one, I remember that Ethan's the one that told me what he was saying, some of this shit stuff.
Okay.
Ethan had told me that the next day.
Okay. It's not getting all gossipy.
Who, from what, talking with um, admits that Ethan shared a lot with him. They had done, but he said if there was anything that was dark, he would share it with people.
Oh yeah.
So is there anything like that, any person out there that Ethan's just mentioned before, he's like, I don't like that guy, or man, that guy creeps me out, or anything of that nature?
We both didn't like.
We both didn't like.
Not because he's done anything bad to us or any of that. Just because he's really, really awkward.
What does he look like?
Curly hair, chubby-ish, kind of slender, chubby kind of build.
He's slender. What?
Acne.
Acne?
Okay.
Yeah.
So probably not real popular with ladies.
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
But I also build hair, chubby-ish. Really done anything bad to us or any of that. Just because he's really, really awkward.
What does he look like?
Curly hair, chubby-ish, kind of slender, chubby kind of build. Acne.
Okay.
Yeah.
So probably not real popular with ladies.
No, definitely not.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, that sounds like that dude David, right?
Yeah. But I also wrote in here, or the gal wrote in here, you're saying if he had any, like, I don't know the way to put it, but he was telling me that it was really hard to date Xana, which that might be irrelevant right now. But the reason he said was because she was really also had a super bubbly personality, which was really attractive, and guys flocked to her even though she had a boyfriend. And being Xana, she wouldn't entertain it, but just the attention she got from it would get Ethan jealous.
Okay.
But I don't. Yeah.
No, that's important to know.
Yeah.
I mean, by all accounts, they had a great relationship.
Yeah.
And I can see that. She's kind of fun and gregarious, just like he is.
Yeah.
So it'd be safe to say that Xana had other admirers, but she never allowed those to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Any of those jump to the front of the page for you?
No, she wouldn't. Yeah, none. Because people kind of knew. Oh, you don't mess with Ethan because he was a huge dude. You don't want to mess with him. Yeah.
Okay.
He's like 6'4". Big old dude.
So it'd be safe to say Xana had other admirers, but she belonged with Ethan.
Yeah.
Okay.
She never. Yeah.
Never acted on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Some of his habits, like Xbox, football, all sports, partying with his friends. Worked a lot with. Sounds like kind of all American kid these days, right?
Mm-hmm.
You play Xbox?
No, I play a little bit of PlayStation, but it's not even my PlayStation. It's my roommates, and then I play on my. But I don't play a whole lot.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, melt your brain. You need those for being a future titan of business.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he play a lot online, like with other players? From
Yeah. He played a lot online, but with other fraternity members.
Like local?
Yeah. He play Rocket League.
I don't even know what that is.
Huh?
I don't even know what that is.
I've watched people play it before, but I've never played it. It's just like you kick a ball with a car, or you hit a ball with a car, trying to make it. It's like soccer with a car or something. Yeah. It seems stupid, but whatever.
Any recent positive or negative changes? He was always happy.
Yeah, I can't. Nothing. Literally nothing.
Okay. Significant events prior to his death? Have none.
Yeah.
He and Xana still getting along well?
Just what I told you.
Yeah.
That's it.
What would you just tell him?
Was there any one person more so than another that he would be jealous of?
You just asked
No.
That maybe was showing, attention towards Zana.
Because she wouldn't let that happen either. She wouldn't, like, if somebody was starting to get touchy-feely with her, she would back off, like, get away from me type of deal. But yeah, no, he never said anything to me about being more uncomfortable with one dude towards her than another guy. Like,
Okay.
and that was the first time that night, the night they got killed, that night was the first time that he had mentioned to me that it was hard dating her. So.
When did he mention that?
When we were at the formal, we went to the formal for Kappa Alpha Theta that night. He went with his sister, me and I went with another gal.
First time ever.
How would you take his comment towards you? I mean, you know him really well.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of how he's projecting that comment. How would you take it?
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I grabbed him aside, took him outside, and I was like, okay, let's go have a beer and talk about it. And we went and talked about it. And he kind of just elaborated on it. Because at first he said, it's hard dating Xana. I was like, what do you mean? And then we kind of went outside and talked about it, and he told me about how, like, she is always, like, surrounded by dudes because of her personality, and I guess he was a jealous individual, which I didn't catch that. But yeah, we were outside for a short time, and then we went back inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he didn't say any one person or another. Okay.
No.
Pardon me.
At the formal, you don't.
Other than that, sounds like things were normal.
Yeah.
Risky behaviors. Drinking that night and had played Xbox too before.
Mm-hmm.
What about poly use? And what poly use is like combining, whether it be a prescribed medication with alcohol or maybe an illicit narcotic or something like that with alcohol. Were they into that at all?
No, he took he might have taken an Adderall that night.
Why do you think that?
He said he would take Adderall because he needed energy.
Does he normally take Adderall?
Not every time he drinks, but I mean, it's a good. He takes it a good amount.
He takes them for energy.
Yeah.
Is he prescribed those?
No.
Where's he get them from?
Anyone, people, I don't even know, honestly. People that he texts people, I don't even know.
So even though it's a prescription med, there's kind of this way to get them.
Yeah.
Okay, but it wasn't.
I'm not even sure who it was. No, he doesn't have a prescription.
Okay.
I don't even know if he has a prescription for anything, honestly. I don't think he does.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. I'm almost positive he doesn't have a prescription for that.
Okay. His daily schedule, he'd get up, breakfast, go to class, do homework, study for quizzes. Usually would come over, just hang out, watch movies, play Xbox nearly every day. That's what I hear is you two are pretty inseparable.
Yeah.
Pretty tight.
Yeah.
When you guys were hanging out, what would you guys talk about?
Anything and everything going on. What the plan was for the rest of the day, what we're gonna do tomorrow. How school's going. Girls, talked about girls a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, just typical boy stuff.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Would you say that the focus was more on what you're going to do tomorrow, what you're doing today, in other words, yet to happen today, or was it what was in the past?
If we ever talked about the past, it'd mainly just be talking about like good memories, like, oh, last weekend was so fun, we should do that again, type of deal. But
Okay. So you're more looking forward to future
Yeah.
events than,
Yeah.
than dwelling on past events or recapping
100%.
positives.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the girls. There's some of Zana's roommates, very attractive. You ever hook up with any of those girls?
What? You have to this has to be blanked out? Did you ever hook up
Hook up with any of those girls? Some of Zana's roommates, very attractive. You ever hook up with any of those girls?
roommates?
You ever try with any of the others? Okay.
No, I always thought Maddie was really pretty, but I never like tried anything with her because she had that boyfriend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's her boyfriend?
I think his name's James, right? Yeah.
Okay. You know him at all?
No, I've never met him.
Okay.
Just seen pictures of him.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah. I think he graduated last year, I think. Right? I don't know. Maybe he did.
It's hard for me to add
Yeah.
information. Right?
Yeah.
Well, that's weird. Was he single at the time?
I was friends with Ethan before. He and Xana were started becoming a thing and dating, but I mean, it didn't hurt, that's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did
having
Ethan know
comment-
that?
Yeah, he knew that. Would. And this was way prior to them dating.
There it is. There it was. So right there, it's confirmed. This is way prior to them dating. So yeah, they had something going on. Right there, it's confirmed. This is Pistol Pete, yes. That, in my opinion, is enough for me to say that he just told them that, it could have been something. This is like me and Xana used to hook up. Like I've had sex with her. But this is way before them. And did Ethan know, right? But this being all redacted is
Haven't talked. I don't.
ridiculous.
By the way, I mean, is she?
I haven't talked. I'm not super close with Dylan.
Okay.
I saw her at the funeral. I didn't talk at Xana's funeral this last weekend. I didn't really talk to her though. I talked to Beth just a little bit, and she's pretty rough shape.
Yeah, we're gonna bring in someone to help her out a
Okay.
little bit.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. So, okay. You thought Madison's good looking, but you never.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
never pursued anything because she had a boyfriend.
And then what about Kaylee?
I didn't think she was attractive, so I never went for her.
Okay, that's fair.
Just not my type.
Kaylee, I didn't think she was attractive, so I never went for her. So there are people that he went for. All that redactions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're on social media a lot.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, one of the analysts that's working on my team looks at him, and that's her job as an analyst, is to kind of decipher a bunch of things. And she's like, they were really close to being social media influencers, just because of their following groups and other things of that nature. Their charisma through the lens of a camera, that way. Did you recognize that, or did anyone else recognize that? They had that ability?
I just noticed that their Instagram accounts are just typical sorority girl Instagram accounts. They have a bunch of followers and they do up their photos to make them look really good and post them, and they're all about the likes and comments and all that stuff. But I didn't really think anything past that.
Modern. I mean, I've got a daughter in the same age group.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get it. Okay. Who was
What?
Ethan?
He didn't say she was ugly.
Before
That's not true.
Got together.
He didn't use the word ugly. He said, I didn't think that she was attractive. Those were his exact words. I didn't think that she was attractive, so I didn't go for her.
They had that ability. Media influencers. Really?
I didn't.
Yeah. So, okay. You thought Madison's good looking, but you never.
Yeah, I never pursued anything because she had a boyfriend.
And then what about Kaylee?
I didn't think she was attractive, so I never went for her.
Okay, that's fair.
Just not my type.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're on social media.
Okay.
Else recognized that.
That's what he said.
He wasn't in a relationship with anyone prior.
Who was Ethan seeing before he and Xana got together?
He wasn't in a relationship with anyone prior to my knowledge, but he had hooked up with a couple girls. I don't even know their names though, but I know he had hooked up with a couple of different gals before, but it was way prior.
Okay.
Yeah.
What college? You idiot. Ask for the college. Like on campus? Like what do you mean?
Okay.
Stupid. I mean, what is this guy doing? What?
Xana, his girlfriend, for being close.
Yeah.
And then
me and Xana were still really good friends after
yeah.
that all. We just kind of got past that whole thing and kind of realized we're not little kids anymore. We don't have to be all awkward around each other. So we just we're really good friends and we stayed pretty close.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Little
Do you ever go hiking with them or whatever?
No.
Boating or anything of that nature?
No. Because I don't live close, so during the summer when you do all that boating activities and stuff,
No boating, no hiking. How about golfing?
I was just going over your statement about, what Ethan had to say.
you're good.
I don't think we need to cover that again.
Live away. How about you talk about that night?
That's a really interesting statement. Is describe how Ethan interacts with strangers. Said he didn't know strangers. Everyone was his friend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ethan didn't know strangers.
Does he do any part-time work or anything like that?
No, not currently. He just worked in the summertime. Saved up for that semester's worth or that year's worth of groceries and stuff.
Do you know what kind of business his dad runs?
What?
Yeah.
He saved up groceries. Wait, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. He just worked in the summertime. Saved up for that semester's worth or that year's worth of groceries and stuff.
Do you know what kind of business his dad runs?
Yeah. And then he worked as a waiter. I think I put that in there somewhere. He worked as a waiter during the summer.
Yeah, I talked to his friend. She's a really cool chick. When I was in Sandpoint, she was actually bartending at a place in Sandpoint, and so we actually talked about Ethan for a pretty decent amount of time.
A couple of girls over at WSU.
Yeah, I don't know their names, but I saw them around last year a couple of times, and they said that they knew each other from childhood friendships and stuff. But it was mainly hanging out with them because of family friends. I don't know. Ethan was never interested in them, but that's the only thing I can think of for that aspect or that question.
Okay. You ever meet Xana's sister?
Yeah, I had met her a couple times before.
Okay, so Ethan, to a couple females from WSU. Family friends, like knew him, you know, they went to college there, he went to college there, and so they knew each other from their hometowns.
What'd you think of her?
Xana's sister. We have to redact that. This is not privacy. This is unfucking believable. His opinions of people got redacted.
Cell phone use, he's always on his phone.
Yeah.
Especially Snapchat, Instagram.
Okay, right there. Always on his phone. Like, number one, the first most important thing he said this whole time. He's always on his phone. You would think that, like, you know, since DoorDash was ordered that night, like, that none of these questions would come about, like, oh, you know, would you guys eat late at night? Like, how was everybody about drinking and driving? Did they do that? Just to kind of get, like, the talking about DoorDash.
Social media apps, Snapchat, Instagram,
yeah.
Frequently. Always with his girlfriend, surrounded by friends. Occasionally at the Mad Creek.
Occasionally there.
I'd go with him a few times to Mad Creek. But
decent food?
No, I don't like the food. I just go with him because he didn't want to go alone. Just because he didn't.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Just brown.
What are you saying? Ethan was a little codependent.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, yeah, you could say that.
I mean, very few people like being alone.
No,
in the
I don't
first
like
place,
being alone either. Yeah.
Right. It's always more fun when you have friends.
Absolutely, yeah.
Good.
Oh, interesting. I don't think this guy
when you
wanted
said
to
the
be
door
on
went
at all.
close, we were talking about the first level door.
Yeah, first level door. The one with the code on it.
Did you know the code?
Yeah.
Sounds like everyone knew the code.
Ethan actually, I have it saved in his Snapchat. The code.
What?
How many people do you think had the code? Just a guess. I know it's impossible to tell.
If I'm going to guess, I'd say like 20.
Okay.
20, 30.
20
for legitimate reasons?
30 people.
Yeah, to get in, like friends of them to be able to get in so they don't have to call them every time.
Okay.
Yeah. Friends of people that lived in the house.
Wait, what do you mean it was saved in a snap?
Current situation number 2 is, tell us anything like, and your bond was inseparable. How are you doing?
Of course, it's going to be redacted. Now, that is privacy. Like, how are you doing? You know what I mean?
Positive events start to take more form or more hold in our memory banks. So,
and seeing his parents this last weekend was really huge. I liked that a lot. Seeing his parents and talking to them about it, and it's good to see them all.
Yeah.
I feel better now than I did before I saw them. So that's good.
Gotcha. I'm good. I'm glad you're able to kind of work through it. You're a strong kid anyway. I mean, I can tell that you got a good head on your shoulders and whatnot. So
thank you.
If you run into any issues, you have my contact. I can get you in contact with the victim specialist where they can help you out a little bit, counselor or something like that.
Yeah.
Even if you don't want to see a counselor, sometimes it's not bad just to go and hear their spiel about grief and other things of that nature, and sometimes it just helps coping. Okay. So I'll leave that up to you. If that's something you want to do, just get in touch with me and I'll get you in contact with them. Okay.
Okay.
5 things that could have led to Ethan's death. Maybe an altercation.
Those are all really skeptical, though. I mean, I didn't know what to put. I'm just trying to like maybe think of something to help you, but maybe an altercation, because I saw him. I was with he and Xana up until about 1:20 that night.
Okay. Where were you guys at?
At the Sigma Chi.
1:20.
And then I think they went back to their house. I'm not sure. Because I left. I left Sigma Chi and went to AGR, and they didn't come with me.
Okay. AGR?
Yeah. They're our neighbor fraternity.
Why didn't they go?
Because their house is more like an agricultural type fraternity, and I have a lot of friends in there. A lot of them are, so I get along with them pretty well. And Ethan really wasn't, and Xana wasn't either, so they kind of really didn't fit into that environment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. They have good parties at AGR?
It's not necessarily good parties. They just like hanging out with the dudes, listening to country music with them. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good time.
Yeah.
Good time. The door might have been cracked. Do you think that, I mean, the door has probably been left open before.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he says the first thing is he's like, okay, they asked for like, what are your top 5 why this would have happened, how this could have happened, an altercation. And he's like, I'm just giving you stuff that I like trying to help you guys. Like there was an altercation. An altercation was number 1. An altercation means in order for there to be an altercation, something had to be like, if Ethan doesn't like confrontation, it's interesting to me that you were going to say the first thing would be an altercation. If Ethan does not like confrontation, like he's going to avoid it. Like, wouldn't you have asked, well, do you think this confrontation or this altercation would have happened like at the house? Did you talk to anybody? Did they say that there was a party after hours over there? You get what I'm saying? Like, come on. How could that be your number 1 thing if you think that he's not that type of a guy? I find that interesting. That's where my head would go. And then he mentions just right after the altercation, he goes, you know, I left, I was with them, and it was at like 1:20. And again, he's coming with that 1:20, just like he did with Leslie Lehman. He's not moving off of that. But I have reason to believe that that's 12:20.
Why the door being cracked?
Why?
And then number 2 is the door being cracked. So let's see what he says here about that.
Probably been left open before.
Oh, yeah.
Why the door being
He just admits that, oh yeah, the door's been left open before.
cracked?
Why do I think that? Because I've walked in there to go hang out with them before, or hang out. There's been a party there, and I'm going there, and the door's cracked. Like I won't have to put the code in. I can literally just push it open. That's why I think maybe that might be why.
Okay. An opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay. The sliding door by the kitchen could have been left unlocked. Was that commonly left unlocked?
I don't know, honestly. I don't know if they locked it at night or not. I'm assuming they do. I mean, if you're drunk, that probably is one of the last things you're going to think about is locking your sliding door. So I would assume it was unlocked.
Okay.
I mean, when you, yeah.
You didn't list a number 5.
No, I couldn't think of anything.
What the fuck was number 4? I have altercation, the door being cracked. Then I have the back slider. He's like, well, what was 4? Like, what are these? What the hell are you talking about?
You didn't list a number 5.
No, I couldn't think of anything.
What was number 4?
Because it just doesn't make any goddamn sense. I don't know.
Would you say everyone in the house was well liked?
Yeah,
Who
really
was-
well liked.
Who was not well liked in the house? Not just the victims, the survivors. Who was not well liked?
No one. There was no one that wasn't unliked. The only thing that I can think of is, and just because I've heard it on social media and stuff, is that Kaylee had a stalker or something.
We've already ruled that out, yeah.
Oh.
There was an incident, by the way, just for clarification. It's unrelated to this, and we're taking action on it.
Okay.
And it wasn't just Kaylee. They're just creepers. Kaylee wasn't the only person that they followed around.
Yeah.
So
I had heard about that. Two men, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah,
I also heard another really disturbing thing from, I forget who, but I haven't been repeating it because I don't think you guys want me to repeat this, but that Kaylee had her tongue cut out. Is that false? Okay.
Well, we've never heard that. Kaylee had her tongue cut out. I'm sure you guys probably don't want me repeating this. No, but I want to know where you heard that from, right? Wait, what? Like, what?
Is that false? Okay.
Joe Lake, come on down. You cannot answer that question for him. Is that false? Okay. Like, what? You don't have a follow-up for that shit, Joe? Wait, Kaylee had who did you hear this from?
There's always a lot of rumor on any of these cases, whether it's a murder case or something else, and it's people kind of speculate, and then that speculation becomes, I hate to even use this phrase because it drives me nuts, but it becomes their truth.
Yeah.
Because they want to believe something, and without having the knowledge or without having the facts or have seen it or been there, one thing or another, minds go wild. And we understand that, and we wish we could share more. But for the course of this investigation and the prosecution of the suspect,
just to keep him without, like, so that he doesn't know as much as you, he doesn't find out as much as you.
No.
You know,
that's a big piece of it. What we always do is we base it off of courtroom procedure and policy.
Oh yeah.
What can be admissible and what can't. Now, you get a bunch of stuff out there in the public, that's going to get quashed, because it's going to cause wildfire, and there's going to be all kinds of different angles coming at it and other things of that nature. So we really try to stick with facts and keep those facts tied to our vest.
Well, that's funny,
which we have to do legally.
Yeah.
That's funny because Detective Payne wants to know, so rumors, that's where we get all of our leads from. So, like, what's up? Like, what? Like, that's what Officer Payne was telling people. Yeah, rumors, whatever you guys hear, like, that's where actually we get a lot of leads from, is from rumors. Joe Lake, you don't have a follow-up for that? Because Kaylee's face was completely, like, different than everybody else's. Who would know that? That's the information that only the killer would know. Or somebody that saw the body that said that they never saw the body. You would want to ask where you heard that from. But there's a lot of things that when Peter says something that there's no follow-up.
For the preservation of that knowledge and evidence for when it transfers out from the executive branch, law enforcement is part of the executive branch, into the judicial branch, right? So once it gets handed over, it really has to be every T crossed, every I dotted, and it has to be precise. It can't be speculation. Speculation gets tossed out of court constantly. And the more information that's out there, the more speculation is generated.
Yeah.
Right. So
That's a lie.
that again is one of the procedural things why we can't release all the facts of this case. It still has to go in front of a jury.
Yeah.
Right. So
Facts. You guys don't have any facts.
One of the last questions here is so much information detail about the days during the week prior to his death. Parents' weekend. Did you go to the tailgate party?
Parents' weekend. No,
Dad's
we didn't.
weekend or
Yeah, no, we didn't go to the tailgate. We stayed at my apartment, and I made breakfast for my parents and my roommate's parents, and then we drank there a little bit before the game, and then we walked to the game right when it started because it was raining.
U of I game or the WSU?
U of I.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was raining and it would have been miserable to go sit out at the tailgate, so we just stayed at my apartment until the game started.
Smart.
Yeah, and then Ethan and his family came and over to my apartment like 30 minutes before we walked to the and
Okay.
we all walked over there together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything unusual on that day? Where was everyone else hanging? Because I mean,
They were around in their own apartments with their own families.
okay.
Yeah.
Is that a pretty big weekend up here? Parents'
Yeah.
weekend?
Both semesters, parents' weekend's pretty big. Yeah.
So I've heard there's mom's weekend, dad's weekend,
Yeah.
parent weekend. I don't remember any of that when I was
Yeah.
in college. I don't.
It's because it's a huge.
Did your
It's
parents never
because
show up?
bigger for fraternity and sorority life. Parents' weekend is.
Okay.
Yeah, because when you think about it, dorm kids, if their parents come up for parents' weekend, where are they gonna go?
They stay in
To
a
the
hotel.
dorm and hang out, type of deal.
Right.
Well, when you're in a fraternity or sorority, the parents can go hang out with you at your fraternity or sorority type of
I
deal.
gotcha.
Yeah.
That's how fucking brainwashed this kid is about fraternities and sororities. This kid's sorry, buddy, but that's not accurate. Okay, we had some of the best hotel parties, but also like, what do you mean dorm life? We're talking about dorm life. You live in the dorm for a year. Then you have a house and your parents come to your house. Just to hear that is just so like that's the typical thought though. Like, oh my God, Greek life's the only way. Fuck out of here. Buy your friends, motherfuckers. Keep doing it. Making fun of each other. The day that we would haze our teammates. Fuck out of here.
I lived in an apartment.
Yeah.
So maybe. I mean,
That's what
I
my
was too
mom
busy
says
there.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It really does.
Oh, that makes a lot
Your
of
parents
sense.
come
What
up
a
very
neighborhood.
often?
Yeah. They come up for every parents' weekend, and then when the day that this happened, I got on the phone with mom, told her, and my dad overheard. He was on the road in 15 minutes when we live. So they come up whenever they feel we need it or something. So yeah, it's nice.
It's good of them.
Yeah.
And you're.
Yeah.
I know you've likely thought about this. But it's a question I like to ask because it has so much potential to answer. But what does this killer look like to you?
You asked me this the other day too, and I gave you the most average answer.
Whoa, God, Joe Lake, you got so screwed. He just coughed it up. You asked me this the other day. Where is these interviews, Joe? He's like, shit, I can't believe you just fucking said that on the air. Oh, you asked me this the other day too. Joe Lake, you got to get that timestamp here. 59:14. This is how I'm going to get my shit from you. 59. 10 seconds to 59:14. Peter says he talked to you. Where's that interview, motherfucker?
But I can't. It's an average male. That's what I can picture. Average height, he's not overweight. I mean, I don't know. When I picture him, he's not overweight. He's like slenderish, average height. Yeah.
What's his background?
What do you mean? I see him coming from a family that was broken.
Okay.
Didn't have good parents. The parents weren't around a whole lot. Kind of. I think he, like drug dealer type person. I don't know. I don't know why. That
Someone
comes
outside
no
of societal
background.
norms.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And why would a person?
Drug dealer type. Background? What do you mean? Broken family. Parents weren't around. Parents sucked. You know, average builds, like slenderish, like, and, drug dealer type. Drug dealer type? What? Broken family. Parents weren't around. Drug dealer type. Oh, that could be Connor Chestnut.
To take someone's life, it's big.
And especially a stabbing. That's so personal. To actually, yeah.
Stabbing.
Why?
So
Why would someone
personal.
do that?
They're sick. They're not normal. They're not what we would consider human.
What's his background?
I don't know.
What's he studying in school?
I also come from. It's kind of interesting, like when you're branding and whatnot. I don't think anything of it. The cow feels very little pain.
Yeah.
It's going to sting. It's going to burn a little bit,
Yeah.
right? But it's necessary.
Yeah.
Other people look at it and they may think, how cruel.
Yeah.
But we can rationalize it because of the need, right?
Right.
That there's actually a legal need to brand your cattle,
Yeah.
right, and tag them out.
Yeah.
So there's a perspective there, but I think nearly every person also recognizes death is
Branding
it's not a
cattle
call for one to make on their own accord, right?
Right.
So how is it this person can kill 4 people?
He doesn't have a religion. He doesn't believe in God. He's probably atheist. Yeah, I don't know.
Atheist.
That's the only reason that I can think of, because based off what you said, like, it's not your spot to be able to do that. It's God's spot, and they obviously wouldn't believe in God if they did that.
It's insightful.
Doesn't have faith. Yeah.
Okay.
In my family, we're
pretty religious, probably. Wow. People's religions are getting, I just don't have words.
That's a good guy.
God's a good guy. What?
This person, how old do you think they are?
Oh, good question.
Suspect?
I don't know why this is coming to my brain right now, but 23, 24, 25.
23.
I don't know why. I don't know.
Well, let's break that down.
I kind of actually have a theory.
Okay.
I think that, I don't know if this is real or not, but I think that I have a theory that Kaylee had like an OnlyFans or something, or she had a sugar daddy or something.
One of those pay sites.
Yeah. And she wasn't, do you know how they work? Like, she's supposed to send something or something and they pay or whatever. I think that she didn't send something, or something along those lines, and they got mad and I don't freaking know. You kind of get what I'm saying though.
I do, but where do you draw the line? $10, $20, $100, 1,000, million.
I don't know.
How much value do you put on someone?
Me personally, I think a person's invaluable. A life is invaluable. I mean, you can't put a price on life.
Right, but that's using our own upbringing, our own
I don't know.
values and morals.
I mean, if there's somebody the sick person that did this, I would say that price wouldn't really matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like to pick brains of young men like yourself and whatnot. I'm your parents are probably even a little older.
What's that?
I'm the same age as your parents,
Oh, yeah.
maybe even a little older. So things have changed so much in the last 20 years with social media and other things of that nature that I just like to kind of get an insight into your brain a little bit and why you're thinking the things that you think, because maybe that'll help us too.
You think that Kaylee didn't send like a vag pic or a tit pic or a foot pic? She didn't send something that she was supposed to, right? Okay, so you think that she got her money up front? Like, here's $500, send me, a pic. Send me something, Send me something. And that Kaylee didn't do it. And that since Kaylee didn't do that, this person killed 4 people. Like, why don't you let him continue on this theory? Because, so I'm just going to, first of all, wouldn't you ask about, what do you mean OnlyFans? Do you know these people to have OnlyFans or sugar daddies? Do you know them to be on sites? Have you ever seen their profiles? I mean, you guys, theories don't just come out of thin air. You would ask why you have this theory. Oh my God.
Identify, current values, norms versus abnormal, because things do change. We trend as a society, and there's different values placed on different things. So what else can you tell me?
What
else? I mean, even if it's just something, a hunch,
he just told you a lot, motherfucker.
Wild,
one of the reasons I think
he just told you a lot, and you're over here like word salad, fucking talking about trying to get off of what he just told you. That's what I see. I see you. Oh my God. Well, like, I don't want to bring this up, and I can't have him saying anything more about it. That's why they're not asking. I mean, this is the easiest follow up, like the easiest. You've been doing this for how long, Joe Lake? You fucking suck too, man. Fuck off. Jesus Christ. Pathetic lying fucks. The kid just fucking told you a lot. What else do you have for me? Excuse me?
A hunch, hypothesis, wild.
One of the reasons I think the whole OnlyFans thing or whatever is because she had that brand new Range Rover. Like, how did she buy that if she bought it? I don't know if her parents helped her with that or whatnot. That's kind of another reason why I think that.
Because of a Range Rover.
Because Range Rovers are expensive.
Range Rovers are expensive.
They are.
But I don't know. That's another thing. I don't know.
How was everyone doing financially in the house?
Xana was fine. She was working at Mad Greek. She was fine financially. Ethan was good. Ethan was fine. And then Ethan was fine. I don't know about the other 2 girls or the other roommates, because I was obviously closer with Xana and Ethan, so I really only know what they were like.
I mean, were they like scrounging pennies and dimes and nickels to go get a hamburger or anything? No. Okay. I mean, it sounds like their bills were being paid on time. They all had gas in the gas tanks, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you talk about cars?
Anything else that you can think of?
What?
Have you guys looked at the footage? I know those cars were newer and they have backup cameras, and cameras on the front. Those cameras on there, I don't know if those can catch anything while their vehicles are off, but that's another thing.
We have,
I know you guys took the vehicles in for inspection and stuff, or investigation.
yeah. Like I said, we have a team of true subject matter experts. While it's related to the case, it's not evidentiary, but I watched this guy break out this really cool set of micro tools the other day, and it intrigued me because of what the heck's he doing with those. Sat down at a bench and in less than 60 seconds, literally had this laptop stripped down to components, removing this little tiny memory chip from within, and then had a very special type of a reader that could extract the data in which he was seeking from that memory chip.
Wow.
Then reassembled the thing in about a minute and a half to 2 minutes.
Wow.
I was like, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, that's funny. There's no report of any of that ever happening in this case. Where's a report of somebody doing that? I haven't seen it yet.
That'll make your jaw drop.
Right.
I kind of want to see that.
Yeah, it was truly impressive. So that gives you an idea of the minutia that this team is diving into. And the driving force is most all of us have children. Some of us have children in the same age group. And every day, my wife asked me as we're driving back, like I said, it took us 2 days to get back just because weather was so crappy between Bend and Biggs. Visibility sucked, freezing fog, the road was crap. That took an entire day, which sucked. But she asked me, she's like, so what's the plan? And I said, well, probably not going to see me a whole lot. And and I said, well, let's put it in perspective. If this was our daughter, what would we expect?
Yeah.
And I think we all live up to that. And every day is we get up early and we get here and we go straight to work and we look at angles and motives and just every element. And then when we run out of that, we go and we grab someone and we say, what do you think? Yeah. And it refreshes and it opens up new avenues, and we continue to do that. And we continue to sit down and talk with people and process. Meanwhile, processing all the evidence from the scene and doing all the other things, sending it, for testing with labs and all the other.
That takes a while, though, doesn't it?
It does, just to work up, your standard biological. And I'm just being hypothetical here. I'm not talking case specific, but a normal case. A biological case might be 6 months of processing, just because it's backlogged. And this case, everything is going to the front line and being processed.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, nothing's being backlogged.
That's good.
We need to get this person.
In Utah, right?
No, we have our own state lab here.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
We have some of the best forensic scientists in the Northwest working for us, working for the state police.
Gotcha.
Very good at what they do. But it will still take several days to do those workups because of the processing that goes through all that. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I thought you guys were backlogged. I thought we were gonna have to wait 6 months for all the results.
Oh no, they're coming out really quick.
That's awesome.
And of course, we brought up many of our forensic scientists to come help us process the crime.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You were so full of shit.
When did you head back down to California?
Monday.
Oh my God, he is in California.
That Monday after.
Okay, so I was right. Yes. That's what I heard it finally. California. Woohoo. He's a Cali. He's in Cali. He's in the cattle ranch Cali area. Probably like the. Okay, so Cali. And that's why you were. Let's see. That is so interesting.
That would have been the 14th.
Yeah.
Okay.
That Monday morning, like 10:30.
And did you go back down with your dad?
Mm-hmm. My dad, my brother, and my cousin.
Because my cousin up here too.
My cousin up here too. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then you guys went back down. Obviously, you're working.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you been in contact with anyone from the school while you were off on vacation within that first, let's just say 72 hours? Did anyone reach out to you?
Like phone calls from the school?
Well, from fraternity brothers or from friends?
Oh, I was, yeah, I got texted by a couple of them just checking up on me, asking how I was doing type of deal.
Okay.
But that was it.
Okay.
And then the weekend of Thanksgiving break, I was called by another one of your guys' detectives and gave him a story, gave him like another kind of timeline type deal. But that was it.
Okay.
It might have been you. No, it was you.
No, I just talked to you that one time on the phone.
Yeah,
And, I'm leading the team, the victimology team, so it could have been someone on the team.
Gotcha. It was a gal. Yeah.
Okay. I know which one it was. So,
Yeah.
okay. Has anyone reached out to you? I'm leading the team, the victimology team, so it could have been someone on the team.
Gotcha. It was a gal. Yeah.
Okay. I know which one it was. So,
Yeah.
okay. Has anyone reached out to you that,
Gal. Yeah.
okay. I know which one it was. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Another one of your guys' detective deal.
Okay.
But that was it. Texted by a couple of them just checking up on me, asking how I was doing type of deal.
Okay.
But that was it.
Okay.
And then the weekend of Thanksgiving break, I was called by another one of your guys' detectives and gave him a story, gave him like another kind of timeline type deal. But that was it.
Okay.
It might have been you. No, it was you.
No, I just talked to you that one time on the phone.
Yeah.
And, I'm leading the team, the victimology team, so it could have been someone on the team.
Gotcha. It was a gal. Yeah.
It was Leslie Lehman on 11/18. 11/13 was a Sunday. 14 Monday. 15 Tuesday. 16 Wednesday. 17 Thursday. 18 Friday. It was a story. It was a timeline story.
Okay. I know which one it was. So,
Yeah.
okay. Has anyone reached out to you that maybe is not someone who commonly reaches out to you?
A lot of people, yeah. Like uncountable amount of people. People that I haven't spoken to in 5 years from high
Okay.
school or reaching out.
High school.
Yeah.
How about from the university?
Nobody really from the university besides fraternity brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
That kid reached out to me and asked how I was doing.
Caleb, Jake. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
That kid reached out to me and asked how I was doing.
Caleb, Jake.
He reached out to me just to see how I was doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
That kid reached out to me and asked how I was doing.
Caleb, Jake.
He reached out to me just to see how I was doing.
Caleb? Wait a second.
Been spoken to in 5 years from high
Okay.
school or reaching out.
High school.
Yeah.
How about from the university?
Nobody really from the university besides fraternity brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
That kid reached out to me and asked how I was doing.
Caleb, Jake.
He reached out to me just to see how I was doing.
Okay.
Caleb Jacobson? What the fuck? Caleb Jacobson? Is that the name you guys hear? Caleb Jacobson. Is he messing up Caleb? Because there's an Ed Jacobson. Caleb Jacobson. This was after he's talking about the high school people.
It's with a C.
Just asked how I was doing.
Caleb, Jake.
Nobody really from the university besides fraternity brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
That kid reached out to me and asked how he's doing.
Caleb, Jake.
He reached out to me just to see how I was doing.
Okay. And it's with a C.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
If we need to talk again, would you be open to that?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't take so long. This is more of a in-depth, but greatly. Go ahead.
I'm leaving Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
End of semester, right?
Well, I'm going back early because I'm doing school online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
It's no problem.
Okay.
No problem at all. If anything comes up, you've got my cell phone.
Right. Yeah. I got it.
Even if it's something small.
Your name's Joe Lake, right?
Mhm.
Sweet.
Yeah, what I'd like you to do is, if something comes to mind, something conflict wise, anything comes to mind, yeah, just reach out to me, okay?
Okay, I will.
Uh,
And there's not much else you can tell me, right? Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
I wish I could share everything with you.
Yeah.
It's just I can't add that knowledge to
I gotcha. Yeah, makes sense.
I'm going to end audio recording 2:46 p.m. December 5th, 2022, 1:32 p.m. Detective Joe Lake. Today I'm meeting with his best friend who maybe is not.
Wednesday.
1:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If anything comes up.
Your name's Joe Lake, right?
Mhm.
Sweet.
Yeah, what I'd like you to do is, if something comes to mind, something conflict wise, anything comes to mind, yeah, just reach out to me, okay?
Okay, I will. And there's not much else you can tell me, right? Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
I wish I could share everything with you.
Yeah.
It's just I can't add that knowledge to
I gotcha. Yeah, makes sense.
I'm going to end audio recording 2:46 p.m.
Okay. Okay, let's take a look at something really quick. um, Caleb Jacobson, Idaho State Police. That's fucking weird. Okay, let's go with Caleb Jacobson, FBI. It's weird. Why does he think its name is Caleb? Okay. Well, that was Peter's, actually technically, the third interview. I mean, let's put this is just crazy to me. He's over here like, we're doing victimology. I'm doing victimology. Okay. Leslie Lehman reaches out and then they want to put like eyes on them again. And so between 11:18 and 12:05, I'm telling you, I think it's Ed Jacobson. I don't know why he's saying Caleb, but there's a different person that's their name is Caleb. ISP forensic report 14, you'll see a Caleb Jacobson. Are we sure about that? Are we talking about the forensic report? Caleb Jacobson? Oh, did Peter have to turn in any of his like DNA or anything? What did Peter turn in? Hold on. Let me grab my I got that shit in front of me right now. Damn. He's staying true to that 120. 120. Even though nobody wants to ask him a question about the fact that Xana sends a text. You good? Why were they showing this guy as Loach this entire time? Is Pete Loach? What? This picture right here is Peter. Let's go back just a little. Okay, well, his theory of the case is just wild. I mean, he thinks a drug dealer had something to do with this. A drug dealer type. A drug dealer type. A drug dealer type. They didn't even talk about drugs. They didn't even get into that. You guys, just so you know, I don't think that Peter, okay, I think he's telling the truth. I think that Peter went to this fraternity, you guys. Peter is giving us a huge nugget here. Peter went and left and went to a different fraternity, and they did not come, okay? And let's say that, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, and let's say that it was at 120, that this is when he goes to the other frat, and you know, he's like, I'm assuming, but they like left, you know, to go home, I'm guessing, you know? I believe it could have been more like 12:20. Okay. But with the information that you have, especially like Bethany supposedly came back, and, you know, did you see Bethany? Did you see Dylan? You know, they were supposed to, like, they're the ones that are talking about being in Peter's room and apartment and putting alcohol in there. Can you believe that they don't ask him, like, to jog his memory, like, well, you guys were drinking all night. When did you guys eat? What did you guys have for lunch or dinner that day? Did anybody get hungry? Did you guys get like the munchies? And he'd be like, oh my God, yeah, actually, you know what they did? They ordered food. They called up DoorDash right in front of me. Or not call up, but use the app. I mean, at this ESPN party. Doesn't ask anything about this fucking ESPN party. Who has an ESPN party? Hey, I thought about it more. Like, this is what Ethan and Xana were wearing. I don't know what they were wearing. Pistol Pete. So I personally believe that, I think that, again, this timeline just keeps moving up into, like, let's take the book. And you want to talk about these text messages. So on the night of the murder, you guys have a talk about it's hard to date Xana. Let's go with this. How did you find out about it? Nobody asked this kid how he found out. Nobody asks about a Gideon. Nobody asks how he found out about his friend. I mean, what are they doing? Okay, at 12:20. This is why I think okay, so at 12:20, which he's saying 1:20. In the book at 12:20. Now again, is this a typo here? Do they really mean 1:20? Are they going off of West Coast time versus Mountain time? I mean, but these phone extractions would have it. And it's saying that from Xana's cell phone at, again, if these motherfuckers know how to write shit, 24:43. I mean, God, what a bunch of idiots. At 1:20, text from Xana to Pistol Pete. You good? You're such idiots. But then this is at 1:16. Xana calls Ethan, not answered. So at 1:16, but this in the book says 12:20, but there could be a typo here. So this is what he's getting this whole, when Peter, he's saying 1:20. The reason he is saying that is because of a text message. A text message asking Peter if he's good. Okay, you good? That's where this is coming from. And so what he's associating that with is that, yep, I am no longer with them. Also, people will text you. It happens in the Rachel Del Tondo case. You text people when you're with a group of people because you don't want to say something in front of other people. So you'll text them. They'll see that. So whether it's 1:20 or 12:20, where he is getting this from is he is looking at his phone and he is seeing a text message from Xana to himself that says, you good. But he is in Cali time with the interview. Yes, he was. But guess what I'm going off of? I'm going off of Xana's cell phone, her actual download of her phone, in which they're saying that on page 290 or 2,956. So on this, so we just know that this information exists, whether it's a typo and they meant 12:20 or whether it's 1:20. We just know that that information independently exists. Okay. And so I believe that you can then infer that, remember, they like to use Snapchat though and stuff like that. So it's a text though. She text from Xana to Pistol Pete. You good? How come they didn't ask if anybody had nicknames for people in that interview? Anyways, now just 3 minutes before that on this timeline, Bethany sees Ethan and Xana in Peter's apartment. And the reason that they get this though, and it's not accurate because Bethany says after 12:17, she's using 12:17 as a marker, not that that's the exact time. And these idiots, when they write their stupid shit up, we know how they do. They're a bunch of morons. So I guess these people are just a bunch of idiots. Dylan sees Xana for the last time at Allie's. Xana is holding a White Claw. 12:05. Bethany sees Ethan and Xana in Peter's apartment before leaving. And it was just Ethan and Xana. And that was at 12:17. And she's saying that Bethany and Yessie walked to Allie's, but it's all mixed up. If you actually listen to the interview, the way that it actually comes across is that no, after she left, because if you listen to Fitzgerald's interview. Basically, but Fitzgerald's putting fucking Bethany and Dylan together for a little bit. But basically, Bethany goes back to Sigma Chi. At 12:17. And then when she gets there, she goes to Peter's room. And in Peter's room, she sees Ethan and Xana. But no Peter. So basically, think about it this way. You say your goodbyes if you're Ethan and Xana to everybody. Like, fuck that. We're not going to the Gamma Rho. Fuck that shit. We're not going to go with a bunch of fucking, we're good. We're good with that crew. We're not going to go. Even though there was talks of them going because they had never been there. Xana had never been there before, whatever. But they decided we're not going to go. And we're going to walk back. Think about this, though. We're going to walk back and get to Peter's apartment because we're going to grab beers and stuff and put stuff together in our book bag and grab. Now listen to this. Grab his clothes. That's the most important thing to me, which is everything. Ethan's clothes that he wore to the fucking dance, the formal that he went to Hunga Dunga Brewery with. You can kiss going to 1122 out the fucking room because Ethan did not go there to change. Okay. He went straight from doing what he did. So that means he was not in no Explorer. Then went back over to 1122 to, then walk over with Xana or anything like that. Should have asked a lot more questions about that because he had his clothes, his nice clothes with him. Nice clothes were on him. So that is so important because they want to drive this Explorer around and they're saying, we believe it's Ethan driving. Well, get fucked. It's not. Ethan wouldn't have had his clothes. So the most important thing that they go and they get to go back to his room is to grab Ethan's clothes. But the question should be is how do you know that happened if you didn't go with them? And then the other thing that would have happened is, let's say that Bethany actually sees this taking place. Think about this. If Bethany sees this taking place, I walk back over, I go into Peter's apartment. Oh, it's Ethan and Xana, and they're packing up their stuff because they're going to do what? Go walk home. Oh, that's what I'm doing too. Wouldn't y'all walk together? The fuck you would. You sure would walk together if you're in the same location at the same time in Peter's room. Talk about perfect timing. Think about that. Wow. Bethany walks back, and as she's walking back, she goes into Peter's room, which Peter doesn't, and boom. Ethan, Xana, and Maddie. And I think that's why Yessie's going to be important. But we can basically rule out right now that Ethan did not drive back to the Explorer, like we've been saying, or at least I've been saying and telling you guys that. And then it says Explorer believed to be driven by Ethan stops at Sigma Chi. Explorer, at 924. And remember I told you how they put that out of order? Because that's when Ethan texts Hunter Johnson and says through a snap, drinking with Xana and Bethany, come hang with. And that was at 926. And that's because they're all over there at Sigma Chi. He wasn't driving and isn't at King. But they want to make it seem like Ethan is driving this Explorer all over. And they just are like, oh, Ethan took the Explorer and we believe that it arrived at King. Well, now all of that can go bye-bye. Bethany's friend, Yessie. Oh, by the way, that's, I think, the interview that I have. So we're sitting here waiting for Yessie's. That's one of the ones that's coming. So her interview, remember, Ann Taylor put Yessie on her witness list. Because Yessie's timeline is, I think, pertinent. And Yessie, I believe, is potentially the person that went back to the hotel or went over to the hotel that night. And she's going to have a nice up close and personal opinion about the alcoholic intake of people. I would have loved to see if Peter said Gideon was there when he's giving all these names of people. You know, Dylan allegedly, you know, arrives at Sigma Chi, apartment 4 with, you know, Ethan's there, Hunter, meaning his brother, Xana, Yessie, Gideon were there. Dylan and Gideon were in and out of the lodge before going to Peter's apartment. Funny, Peter doesn't fucking talk about her once. Dylan put Xana at, you know, I could see if I'm Xana, if I'm texting Pistol Pete, like, you good? Like, if he's going to go off, you're going to go off to the Gamma Row people, like, you good? Like, we're going to leave. You good to go with them? Like, you good? People think that's like a drug thing. I don't think it's a drug thing. Like, you good? Like, we're leaving. You good? We're leaving. He was supposed to maybe come back to his room. He doesn't. Hey, you good? Like, we're leaving. Like, Peter went off. Like, I'm just saying that text is what he is using to say that I clearly wasn't with them anymore. And I don't think he's making that up. I think that fits perfectly. And so it's just a matter of that's 12:20 or 1:20, which we'll get here. We'll get that really soon. Regardless, it puts then the question of Bethany. If Bethany, Xana, and Ethan are all in Peter's room because they're going to be leaving, you know, they're gathering their things. Well, Bethany is adamant. I did not walk with I never saw Ethan. And I saw the last time I saw Ethan and Xana, they were at the Sigma Chi and I saw them in Peter's apartment. And then I said, well, that's funny. If you continue to read, why is Xana calling Ethan and he's not answering at 1:16? Then at 1:20, so he calls Ethan. So that tells me, if you really think about this, now here's Xana. Okay, she calls Ethan. He doesn't answer. So now texting Ethan at Peter at 1:20, you good? Like, I just tried to call my boyfriend. He's not answering. It makes it seem like that actually Ethan and Peter would be together and Xana's by herself. When you start laying it all out on like the actual timeline, that's what I've been working on. That's what makes more sense to me, is that if Xana's calling Ethan at 1:16, right? Then that would be 1:16, I'm calling Ethan, he doesn't answer. And then at 1:20, I text Pistol Pete, you good? Now think about dealing with a bunch of drunk people and you're trying to find everybody because you're right, because it's time to go. Party's over at 1. Like, we have to go. Let's go. Like, where the fuck's Ethan? Like, you just use your phone like why? Like, you know, think about how we use our phone. So she's trying to find him. Then let's back it up and let's think. Bethany calls Jenna McClure on FaceTime at 12:22. Ethan gets a notification at 12:43. Erica, you're getting cheated on. But that happened earlier as well. So I don't know if it was just like a reoccurring. This, And Ethan tells what's his name about it. Ethan has 2 beds at his apartment. So weird. Ethan definitely was with Peter. He's a liar, says somebody named Kristen. Well, Kristen, show me some motherfucking receipts. Okay. He said Ethan used his phone all the time, except that night, apparently. Right? Now that's what we're going to get into. Ethan's just. And then this dude named, what the fuck's his name? Cooper Atkinson attempts to call Ethan 5 times on FaceTime. You know how annoying FaceTime rings? You guys know if you're an iPhone user? 5 times in a row. That almost gets to the point that it's so annoying that, like, if your friends are around, like, they'll pick up that motherfucker. Okay? But this is work product. That's what's crazier, is that they don't assign it to anybody's cell phone. They call it work product. And yet, where's the interview about any of this? Where's the interview with Cooper Atkinson? Well, Cooper Atkinson, who did the FBI interview him? And then this one, Xana takes a picture with Jacqueline Bellavoy. Jacqueline leaves Sigma Chi, and Xana and Ethan stay. That was like hella way earlier in the night. They cannot assign this to anybody's cell phone. It's just priceless. It's like these people suck at their job. They're so bad. There's a picture taken from Xana's phone. We don't know if it's 1:38, maybe it's 12:38. Who knows? They don't tell us who took the picture, what is it a picture of? But hey, there is a picture on Xana's phone, and this is the time that it was registered. Yeah, okay. And then nobody thinks to ask, like, hey, what's like a normal day for you guys? Are you guys really big into like ordering like food late at night, like the rest of the college kids? You know what I mean? Like, how does that not come up in any interview? Especially on 12/5, when you just like went ham on the DoorDash driver for like 4 days straight. These people can all kiss our asses. But trust me, the timeline I'm putting together is going to make all of them look silly, just like I did in the Moore case. I just can't believe that we have to wait like weeks to get these recordings. That should be like taking no time. There should be no redacting. They're suppressing the truth. And then we have to hear interviews, and then they wonder why people are so like rolling whatever they want to say, because they can. You guys, people can go out here and say whatever they want because you're redacting shit. You're redacting interviews. There's no murder cases that once they're closed and dealt with that you're going and getting FOIA requests and people are like blurring people's faces, blurring their bodies. And then we're going to redact just stuff. And we have no idea what you're redacting and why, which is not part of like the way you're supposed to do it. You have to list what you're doing. Kay Schmidt buys 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. Hoffy Master 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. Pretty much. My tits redacted. Member for 14 months. God fucking love this name. You're amazing, Lana. I told JLR to reach out to you. Why? What's going on? Is JLR okay? I don't know why he needs to reach out to me. I know a bunch of people in the case over there with the Nancy Guthrie case. They all got arrested or some shit. I don't even know what's going on over there. I missed a lot of this interview. I didn't miss much. Sounds like Ethan was in an argument, won't get in a car, walks off, then some more yelling and sirens heard. Sirens. I don't really know if I hear sirens, but and then a couple crosses the street. The sound is off, hard to tell if they're arguing. Well, we know that happens a lot. When get in the car, no, fuck off. I'm just, or when somebody wants to drive and you're trying to get them not to drive. Nobody asked Peter to look at his phone and say, "Hey, so what do you have on?" I just think this is wild. All these people were drinking so much. What if the last time that he actually saw them was like, "Oh man, fuck, I thought it was way later than that," Man, I guess they did leave a lot earlier. I guess it was like 11, 11:30, 11:45, midnight. I just can't believe that we're taking a bunch of drunk kids. Think about this. It's no knock to them at all. I expect them to be drunk. I expect them to be having a fun time. That's why you would already know, like, you guys, we cannot just take their word at whatever the fuck they're saying. We cannot just take his word that he even saw Ethan at that time. We cannot just, hello. He can't even tell us what the fuck they were wearing. So, like, it's okay. He was drunk. He's hammered, okay? So let's get his phone. He wants to help. Let us download your phone. Let's see if, you have any text messages in there. Maybe you didn't even realize that got deleted throughout the night. You know what I'm saying? Because think about it, guys. If you're going around deleting stuff and then you're like, dude, I really want to help. And now you're trying to go back and look at something. And you're like, fuck, I deleted a bunch of shit on my phone. Don't worry. If we extract it, we can get to the deleted stuff. And maybe it was just because you were so scared, like, I can't have all this alcohol on here. So you deleted stuff. Like, think about all this. This is nuts to me. And these officers are over here talking about you're going to have a community. Then get their phones and put that in writing that nothing in their phone can be used against them. And it's only to help the investigation. Yeah, until you realize that you do that with the wrong person. Please stop talking about the coat that Maddie was wearing, guys. That coat is already accounted for. It's in all the pictures. It was in Kaylee's room. God damn, fuck. I can just tell when people write that stuff in my chats, I can just tell, like, clearly you're not here often. Don't worry, I'll put that in a chapter in my book. My book's going to smoke all these motherfuckers out the water. So, whatever. I can promise you my Excel spreadsheets will not carry over just extra zeros. And then be too lazy when you're printing them just to be like, oh, that's okay that we're, that this is just crazy. This Excel spreadsheet is just so wrong. 24, 26. What time is that? 24, 26. Pops off after 1:30. There just seems like there's just a lot of shady shit going on, which makes sense, right? Peter believes that Kaylee didn't cough up something to a sugar daddy. I need to go I need to go find my episode when I talked about sugar daddies. Let me actually look at that. I swear that was after. I was not talking about sugar daddies that early on. The spreadsheet is the stuff of nightmares. You guys remember when I did that sugar daddy episode? I did that sugar daddy episode. I can look and see what the date was, but damn. It was how I even got on that is from the people that used to live in the house that was next to them, in the house that they lived in as well. Those girls back a couple years before them, who they were all friends with. That's why I got on that kick, because they were using sugar daddies. And they were posting their accounts that were getting like suspended. And so I have the receipts on all of that shit. And I'm like, that's how you learn, like, you know, your older friends, they're teaching you, hey, here, this is where the places you can give like fake IDs. This is how you can do this. This is how you can do that. And then just think about this. That wasn't even around in the early 2000s. So nowadays, you can only imagine how college kids can make money on the internet. Fuck. And hey, if you got it and people are going to pay for it, fucking take their goddamn money. All right. Take their money. I hear Allie's name clear as day, and I hear Ethan's name. You guys, Linda Lane would never hold up in court. You understand that? Let me give you an example. Okay. The jury in the Richard Allen case, Delphi. All right. They had a camera on this man, like almost 24/7 while he's in his cell. He is banging his head against the bars. He is stripped down naked. He is shitting all over the place, pissing all over the place, eating his shit and piss, rubbing it all over himself, bathing in it, wiping it on the walls, saying a bunch of stuff. And the jury, okay, when the defense team wants to say, hey, we want you to see these conditions that they housed him in prior to him, you know, he was psychotic. He was going through psychosis. And this is how we were holding somebody who's innocent until proven guilty. They could only watch the video. There was no playing the audio because that's hearsay. So there was going to be no playing of Linda Lane or 1112. And, you know, you're going to be arguing that. Just like the 911 call. Just like the jury shouldn't, if this would have went to trial. There's things about that 911 call, like, I don't know, like as a defense attorney, how I would probably handle that though is it depends on my strategy. I want that shit in. Because you're talking about people talking about something when it's going to be Emily Allant or Josie saying, oh yeah, and they saw a masked man in their house. Or they don't even say the word masked man. They just said, that's even better. They saw a man, they, plural, saw a man in their house at 4, you know? It wasn't a masked man. And so I just think that you would use that to your advantage. And just how it just became ever evolving. That it was a man, then it was a masked man. And you'd want to show that they did not perceive any fear. Nobody called 911. In fact, nobody called friends over to go check the place out. There was no fear. And why that's important is because you want to basically fuck with the time of the crime. Like you did not think that was, it's in the interviews that they did not perceive that this person that Dylan saw, she didn't think that they were intruders. She didn't think that they were murdering people. Use that to your advantage. But you can't just, you know, I'm trying to break it down reality. Okay. Reality is that no one's listening to 1112 and no one's listening to Linda Lane, and it's not getting into any fucking trial ever, never once. It's not happening. So I don't care what anybody thinks that they would ever hear. It's never getting played in front of a jury, nor should it. Okay? Sorry. Now, what you can see, also what happened in the Richard Allen case is they wanted to testify, and it was such bullshit. That's why it's going to get overturned. They had a expert literally testify to what they thought they heard on that recording, the recording of Libby and Abby on the bridge. And it's like guys down the hill, gun, fuck all that. But they allowed this dude to testify and to say what he thought he heard on the video. That shouldn't be allowed in that should have been allowed in the Delphi case. And they're going to, I mean, they're doing all of their oral arguing in that case in September. I believe that case is going to be overturned. I believe that conviction will not stand. And I think that Richard Allen eventually one day will be free. I do. Now, maybe I'm a fool for thinking that, and I'm just praying that the second trial actually gets shown publicly. Indiana, you can, like that, Gall did that. But nobody should ever be able to testify to listening to a video and what they think they heard. There's no such thing as an expert here. Like, you have what, expert hearing? Like, just stop. Okay, fuck all these people with that. Because what it does is it influences you. So then when I press play, you're then going to hear what I just broke down for you. It's a bias. You're then fucked. And so they did that in the Delphi case, which was the Richard Allen case, which was back a couple years ago. That was just so sad. Those girls can't imagine what they went through. And then there's just no evidence against him. Except when people want to say, well, who else? If it wasn't him, who else? I don't care. That's not how you answer that. Did the state prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt? And the answer is absolutely not. There's no DNA of his anywhere ever. And those girls were brutally stabbed to death. Same. Their clothes were taken off. Their clothes were put back on by the killer. His DNA is nowhere on a stabbing and then taking people's clothes off and putting people's clothes back on. There was all this mixture of other people's DNA that wasn't the girls. Multiple, like 4 and 5 person mixtures. It's okay. The world can know that there's been, that there's cults and that there's ritualistic killings. And also that there's just people that are fucking like evil. How can you put, you know how hard it is to put somebody, you know how hard it is to put jeans on yourself? You know how hard it is to put wet jeans on yourself? Now try to put on wet jeans on somebody else. Go ahead and do that. You know how long that would take? Fuck that. So does that mean 1112, the audio is wrong too? Who said anything about wrong? It's not admissible in a courtroom. You're going to have to fight to get that in. Nobody should hear anything like, as far as like the whole thud, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You're going to have to fight to say like, here, we're going to play the tape as is. I'd be fighting to say, how do you know this is as is? How do you know this wasn't enhanced? Fuck all of that. Think about it. If that's the case, you have to be careful what you wish for. Yeah, you want to play 417, go ahead, play 417, that time, the audio. Well, I want to play all these other timestamps when I'm going to show you guys, here, why don't you listen to these screaming? The one thing here, who's going to be the person or people that were interviewed that came out and told the families as well as the cops that, hey, guess what? We were just too afraid to tell you guys about a domestic disturbance. And so now we're telling you guys about it. That didn't even involve the victims, but we're going to tell you guys that other people in the area were fighting. Excuse me, what? Why would you ever even mention that? How does it? Peter wasn't asked about that. I mean, he kind of like asked about like confrontations. Like Ethan's not like that. He doesn't have confrontations. He doesn't. Don't you think his brother and sister would know the most about Ethan and how he was and his parents? How about all the other victims and their siblings and parents? I think that they would know their kids and siblings pretty good. How about Joe Lake telling the world, aka this kid, all these lies about, we have all these subject matter experts basically flying in from all over. Oh, do you? Okay. Ann Taylor should have had a field day with that. Becky says, but for my own personal opinion, yeah, you can have your own personal opinion. And guess what? Jurors do it all the time. Jurors try to sit back in a deliberating room and talk about stuff that wasn't even ever presented in cases. And guess what you're supposed to do? The moment that happens, you're supposed to notify people and you're supposed to say that that wasn't talked about here, but then you're also supposed to report that. We never hear about that. We never hear about jurors reporting that information was coming in a deliberating room that was never mentioned during the trial. Don't you think that would happen a lot? Because don't you think a lot of people would be like, oh, is it my memory? Did I hear this during the trial or did I hear this before the trial? When I told the courts that I didn't know anything about this case. I mean, I've heard stuff, but I didn't really pay attention. Think about all that shit. Nobody's saying that. No one's coughing up that information. I personally think that people should. I think there should be a little black box in every jury deliberating room. And the moment that a juror files a formal complaint that another juror did something, right? Then that's the only time that black box gets listened to. Lana, wasn't Kaylee seeing a cop? I have no idea if Kaylee was seeing a cop. Who the fuck said that? Not on any of the information that I have. Kaylee seeing a cop? No. I think a lot of cops have a lot of answers, a lot of questions to be asked about them, though. I just think it was interesting that this kid wants to talk about OnlyFans. And then fucking Joe Lake doesn't say anything like, oh, well, have you seen any of their OnlyFans? Doesn't even ask him. His theory is OnlyFans and drug dealers. And Joe Lake doesn't say, well, wow, we haven't even talked about drugs. And Ethan and Xana weren't into drugs. Like, why would a drug dealer be going up to their house? Like, can you explain why you think that? Why would you never ask that question? Where is that coming from? Joe Lake did not want the answer on the record. That's what that's from. And Cyree thinks that there's that these people aren't bad actors and that this was just air. That's unbelievable to me. This guy has been doing it for 20 or 30 years, what he did in this interview. You would think after 20 or 30 years that you'd be kind of good. I mean, just kind of good. Decent. This interview sucked. This interview was pathetic. In my opinion. What else do we got? Let's see. Very, very highly disappointed by him. Let's see, yeah. How did Peter know Kaylee's tongue was cut out? Her tongue wasn't cut out. So basically you're asking, how did Peter know about a rumor about Kaylee's tongue? Chris says this case will never budge with what's available in the documents. That's for sure. All the inconsistencies and nothing happening. Oh, that's what I try to explain over and over, that, you know, families should go out there and FOIA request this shit and then put it out on the internet. The family should. Why? Because they want to move on with their lives. This slow drip. Every time we make a FOIA request, guess what happens? The families get notified. They don't get notified who made the FOIA request. They just get notified of the FOIA request. And then I don't know if they're given it for free, you know, or if they have the opportunity to pay the $30. But I definitely know that they are 1,000% notified. And I think for a while there, they were getting the stuff for free, but then maybe somebody abused the privilege, because then those people were giving it to other people that shouldn't have had it, things like that. But if you think that the families are really happy about how this is all being played out, they're not. Why would you want a slow drip? Put out the material. Let people that have actually been following the case shut up the channels that are fucking idiots. I would never let something stand. If I saw somebody saying something, I'm just like, here, no, this is the material. That proves that whatever that person said is completely wrong. And that's crazy. Or you could say, well, hey, they can still say that stuff because guess what? This material is being passed out this way. So they're part of the problem, not part of the solution. How early was Van Lulu showing people the K-bar? He was just walking around with one. Joe Lake is like, I'm a Quaalude. Joe Lake's a fucking idiot. Did you see my comment on your last video, Mark? I think Mark said no. Somebody's coming after Mark, man. Some of the comments that are wrote on his videos, I'm like, that's crazy level. I'd report that to the police. Threatening my boy. The fuck out of here. That says Mark's crushing it. Van Lulu, right? What a little. Give a shout out to my girl, Miss Potts. She's probably sleeping right now, but it's her birthday. So cheers to Miss Potts. 29, looking fly. Sounds like Peter had a convo with Kim. WSU mom Kim. Oh shit. Kim needs to fucking come out and apologize. Talking about people's organs missing and shit. Ain't nobody's organs missing. That's fucking some whack shit. I don't know. Talk about a formality here. Peter, formality. We're going to get this motherfucker. We're going to get him. Oh, happy birthday, Miss Potts. What else do you guys have here? Let's see. Allie Tally says this spreadsheet is stuff of nightmares. Okay, good. I got that. Ooh, blue-eyed candy. Woo woo, 15 months. Hell yeah. Was that Laster Key? 6 months. Thank you very much. Kay Schmidt, I think I said these. And Hoffy Master both did 5 Truth and Transparency memberships apiece. I don't know. The Baxter 2 says, what were the 2 DNA swabs categorized of Brian's DNA? we're going to talk about more of that stuff. I'm doing a live with Pavarotti here Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, Mark, who the fuck is threatening you? Leslie said, we need you to come back to keep an eye. She wants to put eyes on you. Like, we want to start putting faces to names. Okay? Just shut the fuck up, Leslie Lehman. Okay? Leslie's trash. Leslie's booty juice. Okay? And then he wants to talk about cattle's being branded, okay? Because I think he's trying to relate to good old, Peter here. Maybe he's like hauling cattle and shit. He lives on a farm or something. Thank you so much. Allie Tally turns 10 people green. If you just turn green, Allie Tally made it happen. Hey, Lana, put those spreadsheets up. Don't be like Jules. I don't even know what spreadsheets we're talking about. Like timelines? Hey, as soon as my timelines are available, they'll be there. We got my timelines will definitely not look like Chris Wickham's book when we 24/26, 24/47. I mean, Ewu. So, oh, by the way, we might have a California lawyer that knows an Idaho lawyer potentially can go like pro hoc vice and to intervene. I'm still looking for someone to intervene on this. We need an intervener. So Ewu, I don't think that knows how to make all the arguments here. Ewu doesn't know the case well enough. But the arguments can't be different right now than they were back, in the past. You can't just start changing your arguments for things. Sorry, this is not how it works. You just can't rewrite history. So we want to intervene on that Ewu shit. We want to double intervene here. Because Ewu is not the only people that have been getting denied things. But I want to intervene on, I've been working on a good argument for the phones. And so I want to see if we can have an expert that could talk about the fact that it is not a privacy of anybody when it's the phone's data of like the steps and the stairs. You cannot claim privacy on that because it doesn't have your phone. It's not your health. Like fucking, it's not, that's just the terminology, health data. It's your phone shit. And it's the phones. It's not your personal shit. Your private, like, fuck that. And besides, it's evidence in a case that was put in a motion. It was put in and it was filed. It's part of the official record. You want to redact it? Go right ahead. I'm just seeking the steps and stairs of all of the victims and the surviving roommates. Okay, we're going to start there. Of just the weekend. That is so broad, that is so specific, and it's because I want to hone in on a timeline, and I want to follow the cell phones of each person's timeline. That's it. It is not covered by HIPAA. I know that it is. Yeah, it's 1,000% not. And they are not going to hide behind privacy. This is not, they're hiding behind and they're saying that it's an unwarranted invasion of someone's privacy. I said, the fuck it is. No, it's not. Because an expert witness cannot testify that a phone represents the movements of a person. That's the argument. And I think it wins. It's tracking a cell phone. That's why expert witnesses can't testify certain ways about, because if a phone did this, that means you did that. No, you don't know. Somebody else could have had the phone. And so I believe that we have a very strong argument, and that's the only way that we're going to be able to get. I'm not looking for their, and we can get into the whole, like them calling people. Yeah. Like Hitler said, you're going to redact the names in like the last 4 digits of a phone number. But I want the timestamps of everything. And then give me the initials with the last 4 digits of the phone number. I want the geofence warrant. Why can't we have that information? This case is over. I want to know all the different hotspots they did. You want to know what's customary? I'll tell you what's customary. 8 months, if not more, before the murders of these 4 students, Shanna Gardner supposedly did a murder for hire. And do you know how many different hot geofences they set up? The AG's office did in that case. They did the crime scene. They did her home. They did Jared's home, her ex-husband. They did different areas than like around some bar. They did around the police station. They were getting approvals to set up, and then they preserved like hellish shit. And so if the ATF, who's an extension, like that's the federal government, right? If this was how they do their normal practice, in fact, if you guys want to see the timing advance that were available in 2022 in a case that was 8 months before the murders of these 4 students. I sent it to Cyree. I said, timing advance existed through, like, here's the case. Call up Mark Sonendecker. I was like, do you know him? He's like, yeah, I know him. I was like, yeah, give him a call. He did a case out of Jacksonville Beach, and they went and got timing advance records. It was in 2022. So here, I'll show you. I'll show them to you. This is what a report looks like from Mark Sonendecker, who Cyree knows. It's like a Nick Balance. He was just case by case basis. My fucking titties. That's a lie. Here is Hector the Projector. Here you go. Take a look at this. Here we go. This is what it looks like. This is Jacksonville Beach homicide. This report summarizes methodologies used by Special Agent Sonendecker in his cellular record and geospatial data analysis in support of this investigation. The substance of S.A. Sonendecker's analysis, which is summarized below, is not inclusive of all of the information that he can provide if called to testify as a witness during a court proceeding. Narrative, Section 1, Investigation Specifics, Data Review, and Data Formatting. Sonendecker, temporary assignment to Special Operations Division, blah, blah. Here we go. Was required to assist by analyzing cellular and Google records obtained in an investigation occurring in and around Jacksonville, Florida. Special Agent Sonendecker was advised prior analysis of the Google location data was completed. So the analysis of the Google location data in this report is limited because somebody else already did it. And this is what's going to fuck them at trial. When ATF-SA Simons and or Lindsay Butler provided Sonendecker with the general facts of the investigation referenced below. I cannot wait for this fucking trial. I'm so jacked for this trial. They are about to get crushed. Okay. Florida is about to get rocked. I mean, absolutely fucking rocked. And I'm here for it because they should. So this is what you're supposed to do. So the investigators in the case obtained the cellular records attributed to a Tesla and the Google records attributed to a suspect. And this was Mario Saldana, who's Shanna Gardner's ex-husband or estranged husband, whatever. Now, those records were provided to Sonendecker by Butler via email. A summary of the cellular records is listed below. AT&T usage records, and the location database of the records. That's what the lock DBOR is. And then that's the number. And then look at this with a date range of 12/15/2021 to 10/1/2022. You see that range? All right. Now, AT&T is the only cellular provider that provides all cell sites / antennas utilized during a given call or data session, the handoffs from one antenna to the next. This is what Nick Balance knew existed. Okay. And so what Cyray is saying that when they went and saw it and put the language in, they got Brian's records. Because what it would have said when you get them back is that it is non-responsive to, timing advance, whatever is they're not giving you the records. But if it just says, if it doesn't say anything and they're just providing you with something, then everything that you're asking for is there. And so when they did the thing for Brian Kohlberger, there was their search warrant, it came back as the same as it did for all these other kids' phones. That they did not say that there was just non-responsive or partial records or some shit like that. It was, here you go. So AT&T, so this data allows for the viewing of not only the amount of time a handoff, right there. So for the amount of time a handset, spent on a given cell tower or antenna, but also the handoff to a different cell site antenna. And that's what existed on Brian Kohlberger's phone. And it began existing 247. And then all the way, there was another data session at 250 and 54 seconds. And where Cyray is putting the phone at 250 and 50 some seconds or something, he's putting it basically at Brian Kohlberger's apartment, which means he's back on the same cell site that he was originally on, which proves that it's not that car that's moving in concert with that phone that's heading to Moscow. In fact, it's on his home tower. It's basically at his apartment. And so also what that kind of could indicate is that he never actually left the tower, because those things like to bounce off of each other if they're busy, which also could mean that he could have actually been at home when he actually shut off that phone. Okay. Here, let me go like this. So this data is referred to as time on tower. This data can be important as it is another piece of data that helps in the analysis of cell site activity. The data below is an example of how the data is provided in an AT&T return. The green numbers highlighted are identifiers for the specific antenna or cell ID that carried the cellular event. The numbers not highlighted show the cell site identifier, the cell site location based on latitude and longitude coordinates, and the azimuth of the antenna. The yellow number is the time on tower, number in seconds. In the example below, the handset was connected to the cell ID, blah, blah, for 78 seconds. Then it handed off to cell ID number, this number. It was on this cell ID for 37 seconds, then handed off to a cell ID number, this, for 2,733 seconds. This example is not from the AT&T dataset analyzed in this investigation, but this is going to show you how that works. And this is how his report was drawn up. Sonnendecker used a program called GeoTime to format the standardize the data. He used the program to aid in his analysis and visualization of the cell site location information. And so he's saying that, hey, it was in UTC-5, so we had to just make sure it was all good for all of that. And that tells you that's that legend. Now, it should be noted, the mapping for cellular events in this report were created to visualize the location of a given cell site, to visualize the sector and the antenna orientation, all this shit. Okay. Instead, so he's saying it should also be noted that cellular records can be used to determine the general or approximate location of cellular devices, to include connected cars, but do not contain enough data to determine an exact location. Instead, this data can be evaluated along with other data or facts related to the underlying investigation to draw conclusions regarding the potential location of a cellular device or a connected car. Sonnendecker has conducted thousands of cellular analysis and found it a reliable way to assist in either supporting or refuting the possibility of a given cellular device / connected car being in a given area during a time of investigative interest. Now, this is what they tried to show. What they tried to show is that, did Mario Saldana stake out prior to the murder of Jared Bridegan? Were they like following him? Were they staking out different areas to like basically be able to ambush him and kill him? Okay. And so one of the first dates that they did this on, the killing was on the 16th of February, 2/16/2022. Why this all matters is because all of these fucking dates are so way before the Idaho4 case, which was November of 2022. And so if you're going to talk about what was available, this is the case that would prove, and this is what I sent. I sent this to Cyray, and I sent this to Ann Taylor, and I said, here is your case. Here's your case. I had this material well before that fucking hearing. Gave it to them. Said, here's your case right here. Give him a call. He's literally saying how he got, I mean, this guy is, Sonnendecker he's federal. He's an ATF agent. They do the same thing as the feds with the FBI. But that doesn't explain geofencing. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about that. So Sonnendecker was asked to look at available geospatial location data from the various data sets. So they do this. Then he's able to move along on this path. 318 in 40 seconds, 318 in 2 seconds. So here, 313 in 54 seconds, 308 in 33 seconds, 303 in 21 seconds. And so it's like, okay, is it moving like this, down here, back, it goes like this to here. And it's like, okay, so where is it traveling from and how long is this taking? And that had to do with that date, which was over by, they tried to say that this was right by the gymnastics place where one of the little girls was doing gymnastics. But guess what? There's a ton of things that are in and around here, like other businesses and shit. Okay. Which when I saw who was subpoenaed by the defense, I know exactly where they're going with this because they subpoenaed the gymnastics teacher, not the state. So I'm curious if the girls weren't in gymnastics anymore. Then we get to, so he's going through all of these different dates that they're trying to find. So think about this. If Sonnendecker has to come on board so many months later, and you don't know who Henry Tenen is and you don't do anything with his cell phone until like 6 months after the murder. What are you talking about, this 7-day retention shit? What the fuck are you talking about? How are you able to do stuff with Mario Saldana and or anybody's shit if it's after the 7 days? This case shows me that you can take your 7 fucking days and shove them so far up your ass. Because you wouldn't be able to, Mark Sonnendecker coming on when he did, look at the date of the report. 2/21/2023. See that? When did you go get this material? Then he brings up timing advance. So this is this dude's whole report. Denver County District Attorney's Office Senior Criminalist Investigator Corey whoever is an expert in the area of call detail records and cell site analysis. He peer-reviewed this report for accuracy. Okay. Do you understand when you're asking for Nick Balance to have his shit peer-reviewed? How long did it take for that all to happen? I'm just curious. When did Special Agent Kennedy come on board? Isn't that who did Nick Balance's? Wasn't it like 3 years had gone by? This is the type of reports that you should see. The locations of cell sites were mapped based on the data provided by AT&T. Latitude and longitude coordinates were mapped based on the GPS coordinates obtained from Google. These locations can be validated and or replicated by using various mapping programs. So, again, let me tell you, ready? What this tells me. If you go and you read all this shit, and when they set up all these geofences, okay? Remember when, so this, by the way, is the ATF against Shanna Gardner. I have 250-page reports. Do you remember when they basically set up 3 and they were like all in the same area? They did one out, like, let me show you. Linda Lane. This is the house. This is Linda Lane. And they had one in this area. They had one over here on the house. And they did like Walenta. Okay, that's what they did. I have yet to see anything show us that they set up a geofence at coming in from like the east side, over, the 270. Like, if it's just so interchangeable, why wouldn't you be setting up geofences? That's all they did was preserve a bunch of geofences all over. In this case, now, are you going to sit here and tell me that that is a violation of our rights? Just to go setting up geofences around? Well, no, because they had to have some connection with the case. But if you truly believed that you were tracking down this white vehicle, right? And if you really truly believe that somebody was in a car that committed this crime, right? Now think about this. They clearly didn't. They thought that somebody was on foot. This is the only area they focused on. In this murder for hire case, he was gunned down while driving up out of the complex by like 4 or 5 minutes. Like, it's just not even. And so they put a geofence there. They put then a geofence around Shanna Gardner's house, okay? And then they put one around Jared's house where he lived, to see who was coming and going up out of this area with these phones or their devices or whatever they had. Cars, it could even be. And I have yet to see any report other than the one that we have, which is this. And that's consistent with thinking that somebody is on foot. That you're not trying to track somebody that came in a car and left in a car, because your geofences, they wouldn't be just right here. Right? So until I see a report that shows me that, why wouldn't you have WSU? If you're allowed to do, if this is the FBI way to do things, if this is the federal way to do things, and you brought in all these specials that knew about all of this and about like retention periods, and so where's all the preservation going on? That's what's best practice. That's been best practice for so long. And so why in this case would you, if you brought out all these people in and you brought them in right away, why are they all deviating from best practice, from the norm? I thought these are the best of the best people. Fuck, they are. You would just preserve, especially when you think that you're dealing with somebody that doesn't know the people, right? But that's not what they thought. They thought that Jack DeCour did this. They thought that Showalter, then they went to Showalter and Connor. These people, that should just tell you how what this white car to them was. This white car didn't become, they claimed the white car as their fucking own. It's Jacob Tisdall's report is claiming the white car as his own. To write a book and to not call out this case for exactly what it is a waste of such an opportunity to literally make a difference in the future with cases. That's what's disappointing, is that everything that was done in this case should be shown for what it was, and that if it wasn't for IGG and if it wasn't for violating, our rights with that probable cause, that was complete lies to get you everything that you got. And to say that in a book, Cyrus says that this was luck, that they got lucky here. What? They got fucking lucky here? And then he says, like, does the ends, does the means justify the end? Like, that's saying. And I'm just like, and he believes the guy believe. Like, no. Like, we have to do things the right way. But this case, just like the Shannon Gardner case, to me, this wasn't just like, this is repetitive bad actors lying to basically be able to violate people's rights, to make up something that truly didn't happen that way, to sell it to a magistrate to be able to then get a search warrant that you should have never got. Lying, knowing that you're watching something and you know that a car turned right, and you're going to tell the magistrate that the car turned left because you don't have to show the magistrate the footage. I mean, that's some wild shit, man. You don't think that we should be showing that? And who the fuck do these people think that they are, that they think that they could make statements like this, present this to a judge, or, judge magistrate, and that they're just going to be like, yeah, here you go, I'm going to sign my name. That's somebody or somebody's, right? Because it's multiple people. That tells me that it's not their first time. That's what that tells me. Because you have all eyes watching this case. And they thought that they could pull this off. Because what they thought was that if we railroad this motherfucker enough, okay, whatever, whoever this defendant, right, is going to get as a lawyer, it's never going to see the day of light in the courtroom. So none of everything that we did will ever come out. And that's pretty sick. And Cyray thinks that he can prevent that by having his new methodologies. And I'm just like, it doesn't prevent what happened. It doesn't prevent the corrupt humans doing exactly what they did in this case. You have to come with something that's really going to change that. Lana, can we pre-order your book? As soon as AI is done writing it, you know. I think that Pavarotti, Birdie, I think that a lot of people that have been covering this case, Dago, Bronx, Lee, I mean, you name all the people that have covered the Idaho4 case, we could easily write a book that's got 40 or 50 chapters and blow out of the water what I've been seeing. That's my take. How come mainstream media, who has all the money fucking in the world, hasn't paid to just open up the floodgates? Well, because the floodgates would prove everything that they did in this case they were wrong, over and over and over again. EWU, they want to open up the floodgates. They were quoted 26,000, which I think is crazy because I was quoted 26,000 just for the tips. We went for the tips that came in. There has to be some type of way that they sorted those out that it'd be really easy to put that on a hard, to transfer that. They quoted us something ridiculous like that, over 20 G's. I've had a lot of large quotes. What? You guys had to sort those out for not only yourselves to go through, but then you had to sort them out for the defense to be able to give to them. How the fuck are you going to charge somebody that just wants, I want the lead sheets. Because the tips then get turned into leads and some tips don't become leads. And so we were like, okay, we'll get the lead sheets. Do you want to know what they told us about the lead sheets? That they were going to redact all this shit. And that you're not going to really get anything from it because we're not going to know who called in the lead. We're not going to know what who it's about. And I'm like, what? We want to know what was the tip? What did somebody feel the need to write an email or call y'all and say? Because I think people like that should be called out that wasted police resources. And that's what I was going to do and make a little series of it and show all these ridiculous fucking call-ins. And that these people, okay, there should be a database and they should be flagged. You're not going to be some cop caller. Fuck that. And 4 kids were murdered and you really don't know anything and you want to call the tip line for what? Jesus Christ. What are you thinking? When people would tell me to call a tip line, what am I going to call the tip line for? Tell them what? I don't have anything. I don't know these kids. I don't know any. What? What am I going to call the tip line for? Now, the Jennifer Drake case, yeah, I have information because I had material. I can only imagine how many people called in saying they were a psychic or some shit. But wouldn't you want to read those? And just laugh your ass off? That's what I wanted to do. I'm like, hell yeah, let's go through that on a night, Hey, you guys, join me on Friday nights where we make ourselves feel good over here. Oh, Sleuth 1000. Bye. Hobby Master buys 5 to the Transparency memberships. Thank you, Hoffy. I'm your Huckleberry. Oh, shit. Right, though? Think about that. Friday night, feel good. on 11/14, 19 people sent in emails. Let's see what they had to say. Now, if these are not from people that live around there, but remember the tips that were coming in about someone cleaning out their car? It was like a red Mustang and shit. Remember that? I think that's a pretty good lead, right? Why is somebody scrubbing out their car, like dousing it with like soap and shit, right? That's pretty good. Like, hey, you might want to. It's pretty close to the crime scene. Like, who would be washing their car like that in the middle of November? That's pretty wild. Where do you guys think Brian cleaned out his car? They think it's Brian. They think he was like, he had all this time. They weren't going and getting like, we know that they did. We know that they hit up all these self car washes and shit like that. And looking to see if somebody, brought cars through and cleaned them and whatnot. Couldn't find anything. Pretty crazy. How about once you have the DoorDash? Where's the DoorDash? Where's Jack in the Box video surveillance cameras? Just you don't have any? Like, get the fuck out of here. That's insane. They have that existed. Well, probably Leslie Lehman went and got it. And we know what she does with video cameras. She buries them in her tits. Left my ass off. JLR with the exclusive low key coming in. So clutch. Oh, wasn't that great? They totally knew that they could not record in Washington, and they did, and I love them for it. And he didn't, at the time, nobody knew who Magnolia was, right? And so he's like, we had a customer here go in, and, this is what the customer did. The customer was Magnolia. Ah, shit. Speaking of JLR, wow. I think a bunch of his friends got arrested or some shit. Like, people were getting arrested over there. I don't know. In the Nancy Guthrie case. Whatever. So, when you think about these geofence warrants that were set up, maybe we should do a request on the areas that they set these up in. And these are just the areas. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. Magnolia front was brilliant. JLR move. Yeah, that got to give them props. I think a lot of those kids were watching all of social media. I think they were watching TikTok. Like the kids that went to the school. I think they were all watching TikTok. I think they were watching YouTube. And instead of like, I don't know, figuring what the hell was going on with like their friends and where they were located and what was going on and how are two people still survivors? I think about that. How would you feel if I'd have so many questions for the two surviving roommates? Like a house that sleeps this many people every single night because Ethan always stays there. I could see if Dylan and Bethany both were on the first floor, people could buy that more. But they know where Dylan's bedroom is. And they would know that Dylan was in the middle of it all. And just none of these people were calling up Dylan or Bethany and being like, hey, what the fuck is going on? Like, are we in danger? That's what my ass would have been saying. If I partied with them and I went to college with them and I spoke with them and I had their fuck yeah, I'm calling them. Fuck yeah, I'm texting them. I want to know what the hell's going on. Should we leave? Are you guys leaving? Like, I'm hearing all these rumors. I don't want to hear these rumors. Like, these are my friends that were murdered. So can you like, what's rumors, what's not? Can you guys help? And do you think that those, I mean, I could see them saying, we're not allowed to say anything. They told us not to tell anybody anything. We're hearing none of that in any of these interviews. Maybe we're going to hear something in the Yessie interview. I don't know. But like, I think the most emotion I saw was Peter saying, are you going to get this motherfucker? And I liked that. Like, I thought that was great to hear. When people say like he didn't really care, I'm like, fuck yeah. He said, are you going to get this motherfucker? Like, what's... I wouldn't have talked to any of those cops without a lawyer. I don't even know if I would have talked to the cops even with, you know. BJ interview for the win. Do you guys remember, because of JLR, we have a ton of footage of the Idaho State Police trooper cars. They are just lined up outside of Sigma Chi. They're just lined. And we should go back and take a look at the dates that JLR was there on a calendar. Because remember, all those kids got the fuck out of Dodge. So what were they there for? None of the kids are there. But they were just, I just remember it like it was yesterday. I also remember that JLR and Brian Enton were like competing. Like everything I feel like that JLR did, then Brian Enton would be on News Nation doing. Lana, was Peter only person that expressed emotion, wanted attackers to be arrested? You know what's kind of weird is that nobody's mentioning the fact that this could have been multiple people in any of these interviews. You think that that's weird? You know, Peter was like, are you going to get this motherfucker? Like one person. Like, dude, 4 people were stabbed to death. You're not thinking about how the hell did, like, nobody's asking any questions. Like, I don't understand this. I don't understand how one person killed 4 people in a house on all these different, you know, floors. I don't understand how they all have cell phones. They're always on their cell phones. They have their cell phones. Nobody called for help. No, like, you know what I mean? Like, nobody, like, those roommates didn't hear them screaming. Like, are you sure this isn't multiple people? Because how did this happen? Because we wouldn't just like there's got to be a difference of a scream compared to like a partying noise scream. I mean, and nobody's asking things like, well, did they have like a party like that night? Because we had the party at Sigma Chi. Like, if they went home, it would have just been like going home, like nothing was going on over there. Like, why aren't they talking out like that? This doesn't make sense. I mean, they say that it doesn't make sense because they don't have like they were nice kids. They didn't have any beef with anybody. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like that type of thing. But I'm talking about logistic making sense. I'm talking about Ethan and Xana sleep in the same room. How I can't imagine Ethan watching Xana get stabbed to death. You know what I mean? Like, there's no DNA of this motherfucking person. Like, Pete, you're not being asked to supply your DNA. I don't know. But then I hear his theory of the case, and I'm just like, wow, this is why they don't. his theory of the case is absolutely fucking wild to me. He said, all right, I'll tell you my theory. Okay. Well, I think that Kaylee was on one of those sites like OnlyFans or Sugar Daddies, and that she didn't do something. And like, but like she got money, but like didn't do something for the money. What? And then somebody just decided, like, OnlyFans, you're not giving out your address. You know what I mean? Okay, so just because she didn't, what? Somebody would ask for something, they provide it, and then they pay you for it. Sugar daddy site, what? And then, I don't know, I just picture this person like a skinny, maybe like, average built drug dealer type. What? Drug dealer type, but OnlyFans / sugar daddy. Well, the sugar baby sites, like, you think that a 23, 24, or 25-year-old did this, how could they ever be a sugar daddy? You think that there's somebody that's loaded, that's younger, and he's on sugar daddy sites? Like, sugar daddy sites are going to have older men. But you think the person that did this, like, everything's clashing to me with, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, if I think that somebody on sugar daddies did this, then I think somebody older did this. If I think a drug dealer type did this, then you think that these people deal with drug dealers? And then you would have a whole lot of questions about that. And it's like, if I take a step back, I would say to myself, wow, I wonder if Peter is describing not one person, but 3 people. An older person, your sugar daddy, your drug dealer. I don't know. The tongue detail freaked me out. What freaked me out is that Joe Lake didn't ask a follow-up question. Like, where the fuck did you hear that from? You asked that. Who, where, what? He doesn't, he has nothing for that. He has nothing for that. Where the fuck did you hear that from? Do you understand where that would originate from? The only place it could originate from. The killer, or the people that were still surviving inside, and whoever was there and saw the bodies, or law enforcement. That's it. The killer or killers, the people that had an opportunity to roam around the house before, and before the police, roped it all off and nobody could go in, or law enforcement. But I would want to know where you heard that from. And then I would call them in and I would have a question for them, and I'd ask them, so I heard that Kaylee's, what was it, tongue was chopped off or something? It was, what? And then I'd want to see that kid's reaction. Huh? What? I never said that. Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay. So Peter got it wrong. Fucking yeah, Peter got it wrong. I didn't fucking say that. I don't even know Kaylee. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you want to know who said that? If I'm Steve Gonsalves and I heard that fucking interview right now, I'm calling up Peter and I'm like, hey, I guess I'll have to be the alpha here. Peter, who told you that? I'd want to know that. Who told you that? And then poor Peter's like, man, I didn't mean to say that your daughter wasn't like good looking. Poor Peter's like thinking about all the things that got redacted. And he's like, really? That was the one thing I would want you to redact. I don't want to deal with Steve Gonsalves. I'm just kidding, Steve. But Fuck yeah. Where'd you hear that from? I mean, what? Except her tongue wasn't cut out. It was a rumor from way back. Well, but the only thing here is they didn't say Maddie, they didn't say Ethan, they didn't say Xana. They said Kaylee. And the thing that I would be correlating is that Kaylee's face was way more significantly. There was a different weapon used. And that would resonate with me if I'm Joe Lake. And so the game of telephone, it evolves. So something was wrong with Kaylee's mouth. And that evolved into, Kaylee's mouth was different or something, that evolved to her tongue being cut out. Because that's what fucking idiots do. But they didn't say that they got the person right. That something was up with her facial feature. They just didn't have it correct, but they had the person right. I'd want to know that. I would even say even if they were fucking wrong. I mean, according to Payne, this is how they get their leads. Rumors. Now this person called Righteous thinks that they're going to come in here. Okay. And wants to bring up a name. And this was of a cop that got booted from WSU for having sex with people while he was on the clock. He was a cop at WSU, and it's a big old scandal. And WSU command people, like we're talking like the chief, assistant chief, 4 people get fired because of this. Well, they didn't get fired because they resigned, so they get their pensions and shit. But there was a whistleblower involved, and that name is an officer. And Righteous, I'm going to tell you this right now, that you got some nerve thinking that you're going to write that and not provide any receipts. So you can go ahead and get your little receipt book out, and you can send an email with your receipt. Otherwise, you will not be welcome back into my live chat ever again, because nobody writes that type of shit. But that's what that name is that person keeps putting in chat. There is nothing that ties Kaylee or Maddie or Ethan or Xana that's publicly available to that dude that got fired for being a perv on the job. Gary on the crisis team, literally, we are all fucked. Gary Tolson, right? Fucking idiot. Gary Tolson. Do you think that these people are embarrassed? You think these cops... I mean, I wouldn't watch any of the shit if I was them. No fucking way. There's no way I'm watching any of this shit. So, I mean, are they embarrassed at all, you think? I mean, I'd be so embarrassed. But that means you have to have like some pride if you'd be embarrassed. Do these people have pride? Gare Bear. Oh, you're talking about Gary Jenkins too? Fuck, between Gary Tolson and Gary Jenkins. Can you imagine those two running a place? They're about as bright as a fucking black crayon. Bill should be ashamed. Ashley Jennings should never work again in law enforcement / legal S world. Bill Thompson, this isn't his first rodeo. Bill Thompson's been violating people's rights since he got in. So for the past 30 plus years, he's been strumming Eric Clapton and, fudging fucking search warrants, affidavits left and right. This isn't their first time. How scared would you be to think about this? The FBI's here. I'm just this little fucking, patrol person. But they had to move people around, and now I just get to, be a detective. Woo, yay. Oh, I was assigned with going and getting, let's say surveillance cameras, or let's say, oh yeah, surveillance cameras. And I'm going to write up a report, or I'm going to present this from WSU. Hey guys, we have a white sedan going, northbound on Nevada, let's say. And we have it, here's the video, blah, blah, blah. But really, that it's going south, let's say. But I'm just going to, I'm going to have the cahoons to lie in a report and verbalize it. Yep, they're heading into Moscow. They're getting out of the corridor here. Tell me that how you could ever fucking that you don't think that any of these people wouldn't check your work to be like, yeah, that's not right. So think about this. That means you knew that people wouldn't fight you on it. And then when people saw it and realized that it's the wrong direction, they then looked the other way. But this is happening with every piece that's coming in that fucking probable cause. There are so many different people that are bringing a piece of the wrong material. And nobody fucking has, I'm going to be so embarrassed when they say, yeah, no, too bad. The car's going the wrong way. Oh my God. I didn't even realize that when I was going through it. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Systematic failure, huh? It's just called corruption in an area that these little agencies like WSU, Idaho State Police, Idaho, Moscow campus people, WSU Pullman, they have this little area where they've been just doing whatever the fuck that they've wanted until this big boom. I mean, WSU got shook when those 4 people had to resign, but they were able to keep it hush hush from 2020 until finally 2022, November 1st was the first big article. And then 14 days later, not even, 12 or 13, they got all eyes off of that. And 4 fucking kids were stabbed to death and murdered on Idaho's campus. And when I covered this back in the beginning, I said immediately what stood out to me was it was like WSU said, fuck you, because they felt almost like Idaho caused this whole thing to blow up with WSU and the scandal, right? And then here we need to get all eyes off of us with this. So let's have, it was like retaliation, which then makes it, what I've been trying to say is it's in a weird way, it's like the thin blue line retaliation here. Isn't that wild? What are the odds that finally when they write up this big article on November 1st of 2022 to totally out what had happened there, 13 days, 12 days later, 4 kids are stabbed to death, where there was federal grant money being used and where they were doing their, party patrols, just like they did on WSU's campus, where there was people clad in all black working undercover or plainclothes, Greek week, big high Greek shit. And it was all about the Greek life. It just seems like brilliant, really. Just a coincidence. The one thing that Cyray's book talks about really highly is with these methodologies. You learn about them though, I swear when you're taking a methods course with criminal justice, is you need multiple sources to be able to independently verify certain things, right? And this whole pattern of life concept, is something just an anomaly? Is it how much time do you need to be able to go through somebody and to say, okay, like this, okay, now this isn't just a coincidence. Like we've gone through a year of their shit. They've never done something like, they've never in a week did this type of, they usually go to work out after work. They weren't doing that. Shit like that. I would love to do the pattern of life on all these fucking cops. I'll tell you that. Curtis Whitman, the night of the murder. Wow. Just leaves work early. Writes back that he left, though, at 4:30 because of the football game. Not realizing that, someone's not going to look and see, like, there was no football game that let out at 4:30, buddy, and that you left after it. What are you trying to act like that was 4:30 p.m.? Because he filled out that after the fact. The night of the murder. The night of the fucking murder. The same dude that found fucking Brian Kohlberger's car on paper, but never found it. Like, God, there's not a single report. These people didn't write reports on stuff that they say that they found or they came across or who they interviewed and when they interviewed people. How the fuck do you say that this is not human corruption, man? It's crazy. This is human corruption. This is an area that got literally blown up. And I believe that as long as nobody settles in the WSU case, and that when discovery is being transferred over and back and forth, that becomes public, that we are going to find a lot of shit. Because basically what the parents are alleging is that y'all weren't doing your job over there at WSU because Brian stuck out like a sore thumb because he was all your risk assessment shit. He was being reported. You guys ignored it and you guys didn't do anything. And the reason was that this happened is because you guys were dealing understaffed and you were dealing with everything that happened from that perv Matt and your cultural way of all those 4 people getting, you don't have a command, all your command people are gone. It's just like, what do you think Brian Kohlberger knew that was going to happen? And that's why he picked to go to WSU to go and then travel state lines to go commit a crime where there's a death penalty. Like, give me a break. I don't think that. And then they're also saying that you should have never singled out Brian Kohlberger like you did in a meeting that you guys were supposed to have. Like, that's not how you're supposed to address if somebody's doing something. All you did was escalate his, what you guys did by basically reprimanding him the way that you did and having like some sexual talk. What was it? Sexual harassment shit in front of everybody. This was just a couple days before the murder. So it was like a trigger event. This triggered him to do what? Go to Walmart and Target. He was literally buying fucking groceries and toilet paper. At when you have to put this on your timeline. It's crazy to me. Wow. Like, somebody should do a study on this man, because I think it's interesting that he was able to. I'm going to go to, let's see, where is it? Right. Kohlberger, 10:34. He's in the store purchasing, he's at Walmart, and he's purchasing napkins, toilet paper, and groceries at 10:34. Then he goes across the street, and at 10:44, so 10 minutes later, he goes to the Safeway in Pullman, and he buys grocery items. Then he drives back home. He unloads his groceries, and then he continues to still make these weird ass grocery runs, And then he continues to get his car, like, I don't know, ticketed left and right after looking for a white Elantra. Also knowing that his car, if he did commit the crimes in his white Elantra, that would have been all over the camera. Just pretty crazy. And the next day, he completely filled up his gas tank, so he did a crime on near empty. Well, no, he used the gas all that night to drive around. I just personally think that, wow, for somebody to be, where is it? Wow, if you're so thrown off your regiment, right, because this triggering event, it would have you seeing red or like, fuck these bastards. They're fucking trying to kick me out of my, school. They're trying to get me out of all this stuff. But you're able to stick with your schedule and go to the store that you pull like an Enon and you go to a store in the middle of dude, I've never bought groceries at 10:30 at night. Never. Ever, like on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now this on a Saturday night? The fuck out of here. I mean, I've never done that in my life, let alone in college, let alone when I'm a young business professional. I don't even have words for that. But when you talk about pattern of behavior, that's what he did. They can prove that. That's what he would go. That's what he went and did. Wow, So he didn't deviate from the norm. And then they're able to say that he shut his phone off before, like there's been 4 other occasions that's actually happened. I'm curious of those. And then you're able to talk about, you can't put him at the house ever, but you can put him on a cell tower. What the fuck? You guys, of course you can put him on a cell tower. That's like Kent State and Akron to me. Like people would go from Kent State to Akron all the time. Like they're super close. Not as close as Pullman and Cincinnati and Xavier. We were 1 exit away from each other. We would go to Xavier's campus all the time. Xavier kids would always be on Cincy's campus because it was way bigger. Plus, we had all the bars. We had all the nightlife. I don't know. Lana, I always shopped at night. Less people. That's all I hear. Not me, man. I'm going to go on a Sunday when everybody's fucking there. And I just look around and I'm like, God fucking damn it. I'm going to get all those shoppers that go out before they go to church or after church. And I'm like, peace be with you. Can I cut you? I have 4 items. You have 400. Peace be with you. Let me just cut you for a second. I need groceries right now. I'll tell you what, though, I feel like you don't ever have to leave your house for anything right now anymore. You can just order all this shit on Amazon Prime to start sending you all your groceries. Just a trickle comes to your house. Milk, eggs, you name it. Literally everything. Oh my God. It just gets contagious when you just go on Amazon and you just start buying whatever. And it comes so fast. All right, guys, that's going to conclude our day today. We've talked about a lot of things. We've talked about Idaho4, everything to do with Peter. I don't think Peter is, I'm sorry, but I don't have these whacked out vibes. You guys, we see where the vibes are coming from that are whacked out. And it's law enforcement. They're over here thinking that they have to hide things. We're not turning over all of our interviews. We're not recording all of our interviews. That's where this is going to stay for me. This is all about these investigators. Okay. If the motive's wrong, you got the wrong perp. If the time of the crime is wrong, you got a big problem. So that's where my headspace is, and I'm using another case to show that. Like, these investigators just are not that bright. Why did Cy write? It's documented Brian was at the area. It is documented that he was in the area. Like, you mean since he's gotten to Moscow and Pullman back in June or July? Because they were talking about cell towers. In Cy's book, he says, I mean, he cannot put Brian Culver at that house ever, not once. And neither can nobody can. Not on that night, not ever. That's in the book. You'll hear that. But that's nothing new. The new pieces that are interesting, and I love the fact that Cy called it out and said, Bill Thompson, you're a fucking liar. Ann Taylor didn't go to you for a fucking plea deal. You went to her, bitch. So there you go. Lana, you just said on Sundays, November 13th, you go to the store and say, let me just cut you for a second. The fuck are you talking about? That's not what the fuck I just said. Mark, what do you think? Mark, I'm going to call you in like 2 minutes when I end this live. I want to know what you think about everything. I just want to know your thoughts tonight, Mark. I want to know what you're about to dream about. I'm saying November 13th was a Sunday. November 12th, motherfucker, was a Saturday. Saturday. This is on Saturday at 10:44. This is on Saturday night. That's what Brian does on Saturday nights. He goes to the grocery store and he buys napkins, underwear. Who the fuck knows what he buys? Toilet paper, groceries, napkins, grocery items. Saturday. That's on the 12th. Have a great night, guys. I gotta go. It's funny how you didn't realize what you said. It's funny how you don't know what you're talking about. Fuck. Mark, I'm calling you now. Peace out, guys. Have a great night, Bernie. Hopefully your night gets better. November 12th is a Saturday. November 13th is a Sunday. This is Saturday. Brian Culver went to the grocery stores on Saturday nights. That was his norm. So what would have triggered him on Friday when they had class or that meeting when they said, hey, we have this sexual deviant here, this kid, and we think that he's just disruption and we have to have a meeting with him. The parents are going to tell us that that was a trigger and they did not handle that correctly and by the book. And the way that they went about handling it triggered Mr. Kohlberger into then committing the crimes that he did. It was a trigger. It triggered him. It set him on the course to go do what he did. That's what we're going to hear. And I'm interested in that because he is able to stick to his schedule on Saturdays and go to the store. And then 4 hours later, give or take, he then just commits the most gruesome, heinous crimes that we have talked about in true crime in decades. Okay? Have a good night. After he went shopping.